to Emerald Lake. It's me, Raven. Let's get started. Hi, everybody. I want to say welcome to our new friends and welcome people that haven't been here all too much but are back. And I want to giggle at Mask. You didn't know. I just put Nana Boo Boo because I could. And Pudgy Tater continuing to be a little bit of a smart ass. Your ass, in fact, has a degree from Harvard. Is that so? Eep. Hello, Ignis Rubier. At least you had your usual entrance, considering last time it was a bit garbled. So I'll bow down to our transcendent giver of all forms. What? Huh? You guys are such a goofy time. I'm loving this. Xylophone. Oh, unfortunately, I have no xylophones. Oh, but having... You guys, you're fun. You're not dumb. It's fine. Oh my goodness. Okay, so if you couldn't tell from the title, we're continuing with the favorite fairy tales times. This is probably the last one that we do favorite fairy tales. So tomorrow, I'm guessing it will be some other randos. I'm not entirely sure what it will be, but I'm thinking it will not be stories. Just so you know, I don't think I'll be reading tomorrow for those ones. But tonight we're starting with the poems that we had read. If you remember way back when we read that poetry book I have, and then after that, it's some of my favorite W.P. Kinsella stories. Depending how fast we get through, it's looking like we'll read a bunch of the W.P. Kinsellas. So I'm going for the mostly funny stories with those. Mike is noisy. But also a little bit of the intense ones. I sound tired? Oh goodness. Well, hey, wait a second. You're new here. If you haven't heard me before, how would you know what I sound like when I'm very awake versus the tired? Because actually, I had a nap. I'm feeling pretty good. But yeah, here we go. I gotta grab book. Give me book. I didn't yawn. Not yet. Unless I yawned in my subconscious. Oh my gosh. I do often yawn. Did I yawn? I didn't. You just broke Raven's bread, okay? Are we being gaslit? I feel like I am. But I'm fully prepared to be like, did I? Did I? Huh? I had to pose to make it work, because when she's just smiley, it's kind of funny. She doesn't really look like... Anyway, okay. I like my friends how I like my Victorian lamps. That's very concerning, Pudgy Tater. That's a giant red flag, but okay. Alright. Focus, Raven. The first story that we were going to read is one of the poems from the Robert Service book, Rhymes of a Red Cross Man. We're going back to that time. It's Going Home, and Raven never focused. We did reference, I don't see our friend here right now, and on the verge of exploding into flames, like your gaslit friend. Kind of. The first poem, it's one of the ones that had an accent, so we're gonna be jumping directly into some silly, even though the content is not very silly. We have Raven doing a dumb accent again because it's written like it's supposed to be Cockney, and we'll see how well I do that. It's memories back to when we read this the first time. And then I have another poem from here. It's a longer one. Yep, it's again Cockney. Both of the favorites are Cockney accent ones. Great. So you guys got a bit of a fun time for you. Okay. Where did I lost it. Oh, there's the French one. I think that one's supposed to be French. Where did I lost it. I lost it. Oh no. I had kept. You love the server Discord? Yes, I love our Discord. Everybody was being so supportive and checking in on everybody. We had a friend that was having a time, was new, and they were having a time, and they weren't all that respectful, but they were doing themselves a time, and we were all there to like support them. And additionally, you guys supported me when they were being a little less than respectful. I think that they meant things well. I really do. But it is what it is. And I'm so glad that everybody's so supportive over there. You guys are so great. Where the heck was I? God damn. I lost my page. I was laughing at you guys. I blame you. Ah. Hey. Cage, why do you bonk Mask? I saw that Mask got bonked, and I just assumed it was El Chiquitas. Yeah, there's El Chiquitas. Okay. Of course, somebody's being a violent. Of course. Where the heck? Okay, I'm giving up on trying to just find where I was. We are going to the frickin' table of contents. Did I miss it? Oh, the forward was first before the contents. Ah, I see. I knew it was right in... Oh my gosh. It's page 94. I flip. Hold on. You can hear me flip. Page flipping. Too far. There it is. Okay. Alright, so the first poem is Going Home. Again, this is Robert W. Service. Rhymes of a Red Cross Man. Where to boop boop. Going home. Alright. I got distracted. I forgot I got to prep for accent. Okay. Brace yourselves. Hi, Rose. Oh my gosh. Okay. I'm going home to old Blythe. Ain't I glad to have the chance? I can't. I'm laughing. It's gonna sound even worse. Okay. I'm loaded up with fighting, and I've had my fill of France. I'm feeling so excited like I want to sing and dance, for I'm going home to Blighty in the morning. Morning, it's spelled no R. I'm going home to Blighty. Can you wonder as I'm gay? I've got a wound I wouldn't sell for half a year of pay. A harm, I think I'm supposed to drop the H there, but I can't. Anyway, a harm that's mashed to jelly in the nicest sort of way, for it takes me home to Blighty in the morning. How everlasting keen I was on getting to the front. I'd ginger for a dozen, and I helped to bear the brunt. But cheese and crust, I'm crazy now. I've done me little stunt to sniff the air of Blighty in the morning. I've looked upon the wine that's white, and on the wine that's red. I've looked on cider flowing till it fairly turned me head. But oh, the finest scoff will be, when all is done and said, a pint o' Bass in Blighty in the morning. I'm going back to Blighty, which I left to strafe the un. I've fought in bloody battles, and I've had a heap of fun, but now me flipper's busted, and I think me duty's done. Duty? It's not spelt like duty, it's spelt like duty. Oh my gosh. I did not chain you to a tree, El Chiquitas. Chill out. Okay. But now me flipper's busted. I think that's his foot, I guess. Anyway. And I think me duty's done. And I'll kiss me gel in Blighty in the morning. Oh, there be furrin lands to see, and some of 'em be fine. And there be furrin gels to kiss, and scented furrin wine. Do they mean fine wine? I can't tell. Yeah. No, I did not change. Okay. But there's no land like England, and no other gel like mine. Thank God for dear old Blighty in the morning. This one's okay. So recap. This is a book about World War I. And our man here, this character, clearly got hurt. He's got a wound, I guess, on his foot that has released him from duty. So he is finally being sent home. But this book, it has mostly poems written in normal English. I just flipped to a different one. Oh God, take the sun from the sky. It's burning me, scorching me up. God, can't you hear my cry? It has the words spelt normal and fine. But as soon as you see one of the Cockney ones, it's got a bunch of apostrophes and misspellings to try and emphasize the accents. And that's this one. That's what this was. So there was our short Cockney poem, Going Home. And then we have the longer one, The Ballad of Soulful Sam. That's our next one that's a favorite. And it's going to be a bunch of accents again. So, if you're ready, we're moving straight on to the next poem. This is the last we'll have from this, and then we'll move on to W.P. Kinsella, and that's a different kind of specific syntax in its writing, so it's a bit interesting. But okay, here we go. I guess, because I read one though, I should be doing my humming. Yeah, I should be doing that. Okay, what am I doing? Put that away, Raven. I have read one. Now it is time for redeems. How dare you forget, even though it was a very short one. Oh, you're back? You missed the poem. Don't worry about it, though. There will be more. How about we do some humming now, and then the next song is The Ballad of Soulful Sam. Oh, no, you're fine. I just tease. There will be plenty more. So, yeah, we'll do humming and then The Ballad of Soulful Sam, which is a slightly longer one of the poems. And yet again, with the accents. So here we go. Okay, humming. If you have a redeem you'd like to redeem, a trigger you'd like to redeem, there you go. Then go ahead and drop that in while I'm humming. Let's do humming. All right. Mm, mm, mm. You're slapping him to tell him he's not stupid? What the heck, Gage? Oh, thank you. Thank you very much, DJ. If that's okay to call you DJ H or DJ. I'll do one more little song though. Oh, wait, brain. Do we know the tune? No, we forgot. Uh, I just see your message now too. Hello. I hope you're doing good. I'm doing well. How are you doing? And you bonk El Chiquitas. Good entry. Good greeting for our little masochist there. Thanks, you like bonks? Yes, we know. Okay. But there is our hummings. And now we'll do some scissor snips. Let's do some scissors. And then we'll go into our next poem, unless you have other redeems. If you redeem more, we'll do the more redeems. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah, DJ El Chiquitas likes bonks and slaps and everything. I've been missing your name as Cage the Nightwind for way too long. Yes, just Cage Nightwind. Hello, Tusi. Welcome in. We're doing our snips now. Here we go. Alright, there's our scissors. Yes, so you do like the exclamation point and then whatever triggered was. I don't know why Natsu's bonk didn't work. Probably because you're coming off of a cooldown from bonking somebody else, maybe? I don't know. Rapid, you say, don't look up the live action Hans my Hedgehog. I think I have to. I don't know if we should do that here. But this is a callback, folks, to our last of our favorite of the fairy tales. It's a messed up little story, but it's a heckin' good time. And okay, trick. Present, or is it present? Is it the verb or the noun? Present bongos, or I have a present. The present is bongos. I can't tell. But there you go. Alright. The love is love chat. Oh, yeah, there's love too. Oh, yep, now Natsu slapped DJ. There you go. And there you go, you gave head pats to Natsu. Aw. Present. Yes, yes, that one. Okay. Okay, Rose. Alright, I went to look up the photo. Oh no, I am yawn. I'm not tired, but I have oxygen low. Okay. Adjust. Let's look up live action Hans, my hedgehog. Because we know what that was. No way. Jim Henson was involved? It was a TV episode. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Oh god, look at him. Look at that barred hedgehog, man. And then he turned into a dude. It is good. Oh, well, that photo is just purely a hedgehog. That's lovely. But oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh my goodness. That is incredible. Jim Henson was involved because it was mildly puppety. I see. Thank you, Devon, for these redeems. I'll do water and posture and such. I'm doing well. How are you, Devon? Oh my goodness. Okay. Yes, it is time for the next poem. Oh my goodness. Raven, you yawn. I blame airflow. Ooh, actually, it is kind of extra warm. That is no good. I need to be less hot. Ugh. Okay. It is the... you're good. That's good. Ballad of Soulful Sam. There we go. Alright, find book. Okay. Oh, that's gonna fall. Alright. The Ballad of Soulful Sam. We have another accent poem from Robert Service's old book. Eep, eep. Adjust. No shrimping on Diva's watch. Can't go shrimping. Shrimp? What? Can't go shrimping, Raven. What are you doing? Okay. Okay. This is a weird one. Like, I'm not totally sure with some of the words already, but okay. Oh my gosh. Okay. You want me to tell you a story, a yarn of the firing line, of our thick red khaki, like khaki, but with an R in the middle for no good reason, khaki heroes, out there where the bullets whine. Out there where the bombs are bustin' and the cannons like Eldor's slam. Just order another drink, boys, and I'll tell you of Soulful Sam. Oh, Sam, he was never hilarious, though I've 'ad some mates as was. So, the first was is the word was, but the second one is wuss, like W-U-S. I don't know what it is. Okay. I've had some mates that was worse, maybe? I don't know. Oh my gosh. Okay. He hadn't CB on his program. He never was known to cuss. For a card or a skirt or a beer mug, he hadn't a friendly word. But when it came down to scriptures, say, wasn't he just a bird? Okay, what? Ah, you surrender. Is that what that was? The war is over that you guys had? Okay, that's good. Okay. Alright, focus. Okay. So we've got Soulful Sam. Apparently, he doesn't cuss. I don't know about card. Maybe they're saying he doesn't do gambling or drinking, and then a skirt. I'm guessing he doesn't react much to the ladies, but he's down for scripture time. Okay, fine. Alright. He always had tracts in his pocket, the which he would ace to present. And though the fellers, not fellows, fellers, would use them in ways that they never was meant, I used to read 'em religious, and frequent I've been impressed by some of them bundles of 'oly dope he carried around in his vest. For and oh, how I shudder at the horror the word conveys, I've been, let me whisper it hoarsely, a gambler half of me days. A gambler, you hear, a gambler. It makes me wishful to weep, and yet, how it's true, my brethren, I'd rather gamble than sleep. Hi, Tetra. You surrendered. Blood for the blood, God, skulls for the skull throne. Oh gosh, that's a lot. Religion, it burns me. Okay, so we've got our narrator dude is a gambler. He's very ashamed of it, and maybe he used to be religious. And then Soulful Sam, who we're talking about, is definitely religious and is not for gambling or any of the other stuff. So, okay. Take my skull. Do I still have to go to work tomorrow? Good question. All right. So he'd rather gamble than sleep. Here we go. I've gambled the old world over, from Monte Cristo to Maine, from Dawson City to Dover, from San Francisco to Spain. Cards, they have been me ruin, they've taken me pride and me pelf. Pelf? I've heard of pelfrey. I don't know what pelf is. Anyway, and when I'd no one to play with, why, I'd go and I'd play by myself. Okay. And Sam, he would sit and watch me as I shuffled a greasy deck, and he'd say, you're bound to perdition, and I'd answer, get off me neck. And that's how we came to get friendly, though built on a different plan. Me what's a desperate gambler, sich a good young man. The spellings always get me. He spell me what is W-O-T, what? A desperate. He spelled it desperate. D-E-S-P-R-I-T-E. Desperate gambler. Sich, S-I-C-H, a good young man. Why have you done this to me, Robert Service? To force me to, you can't even read this without an accent. I lean into it, but you can't do it at all. Pelf, it says money. Oh my gosh, I missed it. Come back. It says money, especially when gained in dishonest or dishonorable way. Oh, well, thank you, Tetra. Okay. Oh, I just see Rose. Okay, thank you. Oh, sorry. Sleep well. Get ready for bed. Thank you for visiting. Bye, Rose. Okay. Sorry I missed that. I was reading. Okay. Yes, you can bonk yourself. That's the automatic. If you don't send a different target, you usually bonk yourself too. Okay, but I focus. Here we go. But on to me tale, just imagine. Darkness, the battlefront. The furious uns attacking, us ones a bearing the brunt. Me crouching behind a sandbag, trying hard to keep calm, when I hears someone singing a hymn tune, like cartoon tune instead of T-U, and anyway, im tune, behold, it is Soulful Sam. Yes, right in the crash of the combat, in the fury of flash and flame, he was shootin' and singin' serenely as if he enjoyed the same. And there in the heat of the battle, and as the hordes of demons attacked, he dipped down into his tunic and he handed me out a tract, which is to say, like, more song, sheet music, I guess, I think. Then a star shell flared and I read it, oh, flee from the wrath to come. Nice, cheerful subject, I tell yer, when you're hearing the bullets Then before I had time to thank him, just one of them bits of lead comes slinging along in a hurry, and it hits me partner, ... dead? Question mark. No siree, not by a long shot, for it plunged him hard on the chest, just where he'd tracked. Just where he had, I guess so he had, he'd tracks for a army corps stored away in his vest. Yes, it's World War One. On its mission of death, that bullet hustled along and it caved a hole in them tracts to his eyed boys, but the life of me pal was saved. So his scriptures or his hymns is what saved his life. The bullet got stuck in the book. Okay. And there, as he showed me in triumph, and horror was choking me breath, on came another bullet on its horrible mission of death. On through the night it cavorted, seeking its haven of rest, and it zipped through a crack in the sandbags, and it walloped me bang on the breast. Okay, so it didn't kill Sam, but now it's got our guy, our narrator. Was I killed, do you ask? Oh no, boys. Why am I sitting here, gazing with mournful vision at a mug long empty of beer? So most of these, I will say, like, the author of the book, he does usually, like, have it as the people are telling these stories afterwards at a bar or something. Not all of them. Some of them are as letters, but, like, especially the Cockney ones, he has it kind of prepped as, like, yeah, while you're at the bar. Well, for him, apparently it would be beer. But okay. Anyway, okay, so he says, well, how am I sitting here with this? With a throat as dry as a, oh, thank ye, I don't much mind if I do. Beer with a dash of Hollands, that's my particular brew. Okay, so yeah. I'm sure I'm not much for beer, but he's interrupted his story to say, did I die? Well, then how am I sitting here with my very empty mug of beer? Oh! And he even was about to say, with a throat that's so dry. He's trying to say, like, I've got nothing to drink. And then he says, oh, thank you. He interrupts himself because someone must have given him a beer. He said, beer with a dash of Hollands. That's my particular brew. He must have... He was coaxing them to give him another drink. So, and it worked. Huzzah. But okay, this is why I hearted this one. It's because he's interrupting his story of how I died to try and, like, coax out some more booze from these people he's telling his story to. I just love it. Okay. Alright. He picks back up. Oh, that was a terrible moment. It hammered me hard o'er the art. Let's forget the H's and B's. Let's skip all of them. It hammered me hard o'er the art. Thank you for hugs. Thank you, Natsu. Okay. And head pats. Oh, thank you. Okay. It bowled me down like a 9-pin, and I looked for the blood to start, and I saw in the flash of a moment, in that thunder of hate, we get an H to keep, anyway, sorry, and strife, Me wretched past like a pitcher, instead of picture the sins of a gambler's life. For I had no tracts to save me to thwart that mad missile's doom. I had no pious pamphlets to help me to cheat the tomb. I had no holy leaflets to baffle a bullet's aim. I'd only a deck of cards, boys, but it seemed to do just the same. The end. His way of saying, it's not like, oh God, scripture saved me. Because, like, yeah, and my gambling addiction saved me, he says. Like, and he was saved by the cards. Like, it's all up in the air. But there you go. That was the Ballad of Soulful Sam. I just love how it's all of the win gambler, yeah. It's so funny how he interrupts himself to, like, manipulate out another drink. And then, yeah, it's cute. All of it. I like that one. He believed in the heart of the cards. He did. Really, though. Okay. Of course, you redeem card dealing. I was about to say, I guess we move on to redeems. But I was also looking at my model, and I'm like, you're opening and keeping the mouth open too much. I'm judging you, lady. I need to adjust again. But okay, singing frog and then card dealing. Actually, the perfect pair. The guy that would sing the hymns and the guy that would do the cards. That was a perfect matchup, you two. Did your war continue again? You're on the same side. It's very cute. Hi, Oni love. I should have said. I saw you and I meant to say, but I did not say. You do fair cozy, do comfy guy. Okay. We begin with the wooden frog. Shall I pull him over? No, you surrender. You're on the same side. It's not a war no more. Well, it's not a war between you two. It's the two of you against the uns, I guess. That's what the poem said. But okay, here comes Singing Frog. Here is our frog. Oh goodness, hold on. My voice. Oh boy. Oh, good little cough. Violence! Natsu, thank you for avenging Mask. Thank you for that. I guess I'm pulling out my cards now. Here we go. Everywhere is moving everywhere around. I gotta move the mic so it might be loud. Oh. I just saw your rage puffing. Ugh. 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 It doesn't work very well. See the eye roll again. Can I do it? Did it eye roll? No, not really. Darn. Okay. Anyway, Brain, focus. Do I have bread today? I think it's bread that's very good at pretending to be brain. I think it must be. Okay, card dealing. Gotta move the mic so it might be noisy. I warn you, and I'm sorry. Okay. Ah. Okay. And then we change this. So we change this. There we go. Aha, aha. Okay. You help! Look at you, DJ, jumping in. Okay, here we go, cards. Jeez, I can't hear. Okay, mic going back. It might be noisy. It wasn't bad. Okay. There was our card dealing. Yes, you guys had a good little war, and now you're hugging it out. I appreciate that. That's very good. We like to see peace in our time. And now, what was I talking about? Peace? Nah, rage. It's rage puffin time. Here we go. For our new friends. It comes from a misreading, a page ruffling, but we kept it. It's a silly fun time. Brace yourself. Okay. I rage. Okay, well that is enough of the rage puffings. I was losing air. No, it shall not be done. You cannot take my frogs. You guys are always Raven. Yeah, exactly. When you try and steal my bongs, I just get. Oh, DJ. Here we go with a blush, you guys. You guys got me. I am not actually mad, but it is sweet. Okay, the next move. Do. No, I will not give the frogs. You can't do that. You can't steal people. They are. You're gonna eat your words. You will. You will. Anyway, okay. Now charge for the rock frog. What? The what is a rock frog? What? Okay, where was I? I did the rage puffing. Yes. Okay, I'm gonna hydrate the frog on the rock. Oh, that's Kiru. That's Kiru's name. But what do you mean now charge for the rock? What do you mean charge for him? That's Kiru. Natsu's niece named it. You can't take Gizmo either. Like run and steal. No, you can't charge for him. He's actually deceptively far back. He is very big. He is a big frog. he's a concerningly big frog. Oh no. Good luck with getting him. I'm just gonna tell you. Retreat. Yes, that's kind of a monster-sized frog. The boys on my head, they're tiny. They're little guys, but they're pretty attached. And if you're coming after my antlers, good luck. Good luck, my guy. I'll stomp you out with my hooves. You'll get stomped right out. Hee hee hee. Which reminds me to remind you guys. Yeah, I thought it was rock frog. Hee hee hee. Head rock. Yeah. Head bonking. Oh my gosh. Head banging. Your niece said don't steal her frog. Yes, I have to agree. You can't take Kiru. That's just so rude. Okay. Focus, Raven. I was stumbling over words, so let's see if I can figure this out. We're doing reading now. Back to reading. And the next story. Okay. So, Guess what? Guess what we've circled around to? Like I said, it's it's WP Kinsella. So we're going to jump into that again. Flashbang deployed. Did I give a flashbang? Did it go bright? I did not see. As far as I'm aware. Oh, you meant at me. The frogs are radioactive, but they don't seem to care. Do you have frog plushies for sale? No, but that would be very fun if I could figure things out. My problem is I don't know how to get some to you guys. You would have to be finding things online. That's all. That's pretty much it. Yeah. AC 130 above. What? Huh? I would buy the plushie. Which version of frog? The ones that I have? Now you guys are making me think. What if I... Oh my gosh, you guys. You know, I've told you guys in the Discord that I do some crochet. What if I made frogs? Oh gosh. Raven sets up her own Etsy business just for this. Oh gosh. I'd have no more time for anything ever again. I'd have to be crocheting during stream instead of reading because I wouldn't have time. But then I could have crochet streams where we just chat. You know what? We might have to look into this. We might have to. What have you been thinking? It's very possible it can't be pulled off with everything else going on, but it's also very possible that it does happen. It's possible it does happen. I wouldn't say very possible. Brain considering. A 10 inbound for gun run. We shall get those frogs. Stop that! We could open a sweatshop in the basement. Who says I has a basement? I have a forest. That's what I have. And if you say a sweatshop, that would mean that I'd be employing the frogs to make frogs. And I feel like that's really messed up. I was just thinking that you could have crochet streams and be another hand cam stream. Yeah, I think I could. Oh boy, you guys. Oh goodness. Oh goodness. I will consider. Hi Josh Red. Okay, so caves are nature's basement. I mean, you're not wrong, but you can see how wet it is. It's not always the best to store yarn goods in the water. But anyway, don't look. Don't look at what? Oh, okay. Where was? Oh yes. All right. Okay. So, how many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh, perfect. Okay, I'm going to roll a d6. I don't know which one of these stories I should do first. Let's see. I'm going to roll for which one I should start with, and then I can come up with target hit ineffective, coming around for a second. Stop trying to take my frogs. Your niece will be very disappointed in you not to. That's why you crochet with vines instead. Oh, interesting. Everything would decompose by the time it gets to you. That's not so good. But yeah. Okay. Okay. I focus. Here we go. Yeah. Okay. Here we go. All right. We're going to start with one of the like I said, thank you, focus, yes. With one of the stories that I favorited. It's the second one on my little list. I rolled a 2. Put away the other dice. So we're going to start with drum roll, please. No. The Kid in the Stove. If you remember us reading that one, it's a fun one. But it's another W.P. Kinsella story, and I liked a lot of them. I liked a lot of the W.P. Kinsella stories, so yeah, I hope that we have fun with it. Let's go to. I have to get to page 81. There we go. 82. Close enough. All right. The Kid in the Stove. If you don't remember this one, good. You can hear it for the first time with the other people. Hey, wait a second. Crummy water. Ah! Okay, finish typing. Quick, go back. Eee! Thank you, Crummy, for redoing your subscription. Let's drop some money, frogs. If you don't know, our tradition is whenever someone drops a gift or a subscription, a gift subscription, bits, whatever the monies is, we drop some money, frogs. And you might be like, well, I don't have the emote. It's in 7TV. So if you have 7TV, yes, you do still have the emote. And if you're like, I still don't even have that emote stuffs, drop any money emotes. Twitch has some little things, but we like to do any way to just celebrate them and thank them, because financially supporting me, I really appreciate it. Helps me stay on here. Things be what things be. So I appreciate it very much. You never ever have to do any of the financial supports, folks. I will always say that I appreciate it, though. So thank you, Crummy, and welcome. And we're doing the W.P. Kinsella story, The Kid in the Stove. We're reading our favorite fairy tales and such, and we've moved on to some of the other stories that aren't totally fairy tales. To be fair, this is still fictional. We read some folk tales, and we've read the fictional poems, and now we're reading the fictional stories from reserve. So WP can sell us stories that I read. The guy does baseball, and he does this fictional reserve in Saskatchewan, Canada. And this one is from, all the ones that I read are from the fictional reserve, the Ermine Skin Reserve near Hobama. I think this is all very fictional. But anyways, I think it's very fun. He has a very specific way of writing. It's very, syntax is specific. It might feel like I'm talking down. It's the way he's written it. It's from the 70s, and it's not inaccurate. We'll say it like that. This is not a white guy writing this either. And so, like, he's being very... it's true to the times, and it's very fun and lovingly written. We're starting with one that's a very sweet version of it. We've been talking about our fairy tales, and this one kind of opens up my favorite ways that I talk about fairy tales. So without further ado, I'll read and then I'll talk about it after because I really like to do it. Stop trying to steal my freaking frogs, Natsu. Ah, jeez. All right, I need to go back. Someone, I didn't say anything. I saw it, and I realized because the thing changed. There was someone that was new. There it is. Robo J, if you're still here, Robo J64. I'm very sorry I didn't say sooner because I was in the middle of a trigger and then I forgot because I got distracted. Thank you very much for the follow. I very much appreciate it. I always say people's names, so I'm very sorry I almost missed it. So thank you. Welcome in. All right, I go back. I scroll back down to the bottom. Okay. Frog golem deployed? Oh my gosh. You guys are a mess. You're never gonna get my frogs. Look, a distraction. Literally though, Tetra. Frog golem, crease their Jordans. DJ, where? Mask, where? I'm glad everybody else is just as distractible as me. Entire planet. You guys are a mess. Okay, I need to read, dang it. Okay. The kid in the stove. We're focusing. Okay. Ooh, you're Master Justice. You're also a DJ. Ooh. Twinsies. Okay. Focusing. Jeez. All right. Yes. So Silas. Our story is from Silas Ermine Skin. And he is our narrator. He's always writing these stories, but that's the last bit of like little things you might want to know. But here we go. Tell us a story, Silas, the kids say to me a lot of evenings. I tell them lots of stories about our legends of how the Great Spirit made the land and us, and even a few that I made up myself. But no matter how many I tell, just about when it be time for bed, they say, tell us about the kid in the stove. Stop doing this, you guys. You're gonna be a menace to my frogs. Okay, I gotta read this story. This is a very sweet story. You're gonna interrupt it with chaos? I'm gonna ignore you. Ha ha, nana nana boo boo. I read story instead. Okay. They asked for the kid in the stove story. For that one, they all gather around close to me. Minnie and Thomas, Dolores and Hiram, my little brothers and sisters. And there is Joseph, too, my big brother. He is 22 already, but when he just a baby, he catches the scarlet fever, and his mind is never grow up like his body do. Joseph, he talk like the wind-up record player when it not cranked up good enough. I, ... B, ... the kid that hid, in the stove. And he grin and shake happy a little like a dog that know he gonna be petted. So I tell them the story. Ma, she used to tell it to me and Ileana and Joseph when we were little. Ileana, it's his other sibling. Oh, sorry. Okay. It kind of our own private scary story about how Lazarus Bobtail and all but one of his kids was murdered by a white man named Donald Henry Dietzman. It happened a long time ago when there was hardly any town at Wetaskiwin, and the reserve here at Hobama was new. Mrs. Bobtail was away someplace, is how come she didn't die too. Afterward, they say she married with a blood Indian from down south, moved away, and nobody ever heard of her or the kid in the stove no more. I don't know why kids like scary stories, but they sure do. Can confirm. I make everybody be quiet and turn the lamp down low, and then I tell you about this crazy white man come creep around the bobtail cabin, peek in the window, and try the door real careful. You guys think you hear anything? I say. And they always do. They move closer to me, and Dolores, the littlest one, hold on to Joseph's neck real tight. Then I finish the story about how that Dietzman guy is shooting Lazarus Bobtail and 4 of his kids, but how the 5th kid crawl right up inside the big old cook stove in the cabin, and he get to live to tell about it. Once, some of us went up to the spot where them children died, and it made us feel all creepy. It ain't on the reserve no more. The government, it take away land whenever it feel like it, and our reserve gets smaller as it get older. The place was lonely even in the daytime. All we could find was a few logs people say was part of the Lazarus Bobtail cabin. Just being there at the place where it really happened make us think a lot about the story. I remember how when I first hear it, I figured that if something like that ever happened at our place, I'd have been the smart kid that hid in the stove and got to live. And I bet everybody who hear it think the same way. You don't get to take my frogs. Stop. Also, what is a frog? $5 each. Thank you, Mask, for do not sell the frogs. Okay, you could not have bought the frogs this entire time. You guys are a mess. Your army is a joke. Your little attack the frogs army. Never gonna work. Okay, I need to focus on story. So everybody think that they could hop in the stove and be the one that's safe, is what he's saying. For such a sad story, it almost make a happy ending when you hear at the end that one child got away. Most anybody in these parts, Indian or white, can tell you about that escape. They're real certain about it, as certain as they are that we live on the Ermine Skin Reserve, and that the town down at the highway is called Hobama. Yet, it never happened at all. I like to know about Indian history in Alberta, and I've read the couple of books in the Wetaskiwin Library. Oh, no, they're in Alberta, not Saskatchewan. Haha, sorry. And I've read the couple of books in the Wetaskiwin Library that are about Indians maybe 3-4 times. I get to thinking about how I would like to know the history book story of the Bobtail Massacre. Mr. Nichols, my English instructor down at the tech school in Wetaskiwin, the guy who has fixed up the spelling in my stories, says maybe I could find out from the RCMP, Canadian Police, or maybe from the Glenbow Foundation in Calgary, who are people keep records of Indian history in Alberta. The RCMP guys don't help much. They all young guys, and I think they come maybe from places where they don't have no Indians. They make fun on me when I want to know where my tomahawk, and how come an Indian kid like me want to be bothered worrying about something that happened so long ago. They say maybe they get what I want from me if I tell them who's got a still on the reserve and where's it at, so I go away. The still as in like the people that are making the illegal booze, but he's not gonna rat. Next time I go to Calgary, I leave my girlfriend Sadie one wound, look around in the Goodwill store while I take the bus out to the Glenbow place. I meet with a real nice man called Hugh Dempsey. He is white, but he got Indian wife, and he have a picture of her right up on his desk to show he not ashamed to have her. He talks soft on me and make me feel calm, 'cause I sure not used to big fancy buildings and people run around all dressed up all the time. Mr. Dempsey is looking his books and things, and he give me a paper to read, and I copy some of it down. So here's what he reads. On the night of July 14th, 1907, an itinerant railroad worker named Donald Henry Dutchman, I guess where they got Dietzman from, Dutchman, had a dispute in the town of Wetaskiwin with some Indians from the Ermine Skin Reserve, which is located at Hobama, some 11 miles distance. The nature of this dispute is not clear, but late that night, Dutchman apparently walked from Wetaskiwin to the reserve, stopped at the first Indian residence that he came to, that of Lazarus Bobtail, entered and shot to death Bobtail and his 4 children. The bodies were discovered the next day by Bobtail's wife, White Sky. Dutchman was arrested the same day by the Mounties. That's RCMP, the Mounties, Royal Canadian Mounted Police, so we nicknamed them Mounties, but was judged insane, and the case never came to trial. I'm going to pause to do bigger cough and get hydrate, and also read your comments a second, so hold on, I'm muted, but I'm still here. Freaking heck! Tarova, why you gotta grab frogs and eat them? No, you're not. None of you are getting my frogs. None of you are getting my frogs. Frogs eat each other all the time. Too bad, that's not happening here. You don't get to take my frogs, you peoples. For how often cannibal is the word is in the word animal. What is in the animal world? Brain, how did you keep misreading that? Raven, are you okay? You clearly have bread today. Not brain. Is bread. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it is too much. Especially on birds. Well, it's the shake my head. No cough ASMR. Cry. I'm sorry. I was gonna die if I didn't. You guys are so ridiculous. Stop trying to take my frogs. Thank you for stepping up, Fetster, to try and fight back. I appreciate it. Okay, we go back to story. One more cough. I'm gonna choke on my coughs if I don't cough, so I'm sorry. But I had to. Okay, there we go. Alright, so that was the little article that he read. And here is back to story. Mr. Dempsey, he find me another book with a little chapter about Dutchmen. Oh, thank you for follow. Welcome, welcome. Alan Ms. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Okay. The dude found another little chapter about Dutchmen, but the story is the same. Not near as scary written down in history as when told at night in a cabin with a coal oil lamp make shadow all over. Is there a frog in my throat? Maybe. Maybe. Actually a problem. Oh my goodness. Okay. I feel kind of sad that there ain't nothing nowhere about the kid that got away. When I ask Mr. Dempsey about it, he say that maybe part of the story is taken from some other story that happened here or maybe someplace else. It's true, it was a long time ago. Things get overlapped. He'd say that lots of times people get things mixed up like that when a story been told for a lot of years like that one has. Mr. Dempsey, he point out another little paragraph in the book and say that maybe it explain a whole lot. That paragraph is say that a month or so after the murders, before Mrs. Bobtail move away, she is have a baby. Just a baby. The book don't say if it was a boy or girl. I think about that real hard, and when I hear Mr. Dempsey explain it, I have to agree with him. I know when I was little and hear the story, when they get to the part where everybody been shot, I always ask, and did all the children die? And I know the kids I tell the story do the same. What Mr. Dempsey suggests is that way back somebody in the way big people like to make fun on kids and make a joke for themselves in the same time say, they all died but the one in the oven. Everybody growed up knows that that's a way for saying a lady is going to have a baby. Saying that would make the kids feel better about a sad story, and the big people could laugh and wink their eyes at each other. No, wink. I can't wink. Hold on. I can't wink. I'm trying. Alright. The model doesn't like it. I just blink. Okay. Hi Gary-san. Hello, hello. They all wink at each other. It seemed to me that is likely the way it happened. And little by little, the story got changed over the years until everybody is believed there really was a kid in the stove. I thought you winked once. You think it did wink? Oh, well, I couldn't see it. Oops. Okay. Boy, I can hardly wait to get back and tell everybody what I found out. All these years, everybody has had the story all wrong. But boy, I sure gonna fix that up in a hurry. I guess we going to have to get us a new scary story to tell, 'cause it is the kid in the stove part that make the Bobtail Massacre not just another murder story. Very funny. Stories today illogical again? Actually, they're very logical. This is this is stories about a fictional reserve in Alberta that we've gotten to this section. From here on out, it's pretty much going to be those. And so they'll be logical, and there'll be lots of little jokes on the inside and some very fun cultural stuff. And one of them I will have to give a little trigger warning because it's a darker one, but we're not there yet. Okay. I guess I could have given a warning about this one because it mentions mentioning. Anyway, but like triggery stuff. But we're mostly past that. We get the point. Okay. Right, he says he's got to pick a new story because the fun part is the part that they just like myth busted. I feel kind of tingly all over, and I'm almost as excited as the time I knew I was going to Edmonton to buy a new pair of cowboy boots. Yet, when I meet with Sadie, I tell her, don't bother me about what I found out at Glenbow. On the bus on the way home, I start to think about how much I liked that story. Now the kids I tell it to sure get a bang out of it. Sadie wants to talk to me, but I tell her I got something to think about. She say maybe she wishes she was going to marry a bronc buster like Ethan Firstrider instead of a guy like me who sneak around all the time to write down what people say. Yeah, dating a writer. Finally, she just run her knee up against mine and look at her country music songbook that she bought in Calgary with a picture of Donna Fargo on the cover. That story, like we've been telling it, is not really the truth, but it sure make a lot of kids happy for a lot of years. And I wonder who it gonna make feel good besides me if I tell what I found out. It seemed to me that it kind of like, well, the reasons you don't shoot songbirds is that they don't do nobody no harm. I look sideways at Sadie, and she look at me, and then she put her head on my shoulder. I reach down and put my hand on the leg of her jeans. You finished thinking, Silas? She asks. Yeah, I say. The end. So he decided to not tell everybody what the story really went about. But that's why I like it, the little... Oh, that's how that became what it was. This is the way of oral stories, you know, when you tell a story over and over again, it changes slightly as it passes to the next person. So oral histories will go and change, fairy tales will go and change. And so here he was, you know, it's the kid in the stove that survived, but it was always actually people saying, no, it's the kid in the oven, the baby in the oven, you know, Mama's new baby she hasn't had yet that survived because she was still in Mama's belly. And I love analyzing it like that, the way that the stories broke down. It's very cool to me. I like it. So that's why that one was one of my favorites. But there you go. It's not illogical. That's very logical. It shows you where the logic happened, where it broke down. It's very cute. I love it. Okay. You gotta go to bed now. Okay, thank you for being here, Natsu. Thank you for that stretch. I'm redeeming the hydrate and stretch right now. Lurk away, Natsu. Aw, Fat tucking them in. Yeah, tuck everybody in. Okay, I gotta go stretch. Okay. Good night, Sergeant. Okay, so now we have scissor snips on this break. We'll do scissor snips. And I'm getting very, very hot. The fan is gonna have to turn on. I don't know how well you're gonna hear it. So I'm going to quickly turn that on, but we're gonna do scissor snips as soon as that. There is a tuck command. Try it out. Try it out. It's fairly new, but it even has a little emote I made that you can't access unless you're tier 2 subscribed. I put it in so that we could use it in a command, because at the very least it's there. But anyway, oh wait, no, brain, that's the wrong command that does that. Tuck is still tuck. We use a different thing. Which emote? I don't know. I'm talking out of my bread for brain. I don't have brain. I'm getting everything wrong. Okay, I'm turning on my fan so that maybe my bread can operate at a better frickin' ability. Yeah, see, it's a 7TV emote. I knew I was wrong. You were very right about being wrong, Raven. Good job. Okay. All right. She's gonna headbutt. I'll be right back. Bread brain. Oh yeah, there's the head. I was like, she looked like she just went to sleep. And then nope, she's everywhere. Okay. This little model is a mess. The guardian is gone? What? What guardian? You tucked yourself in, Rabbit. Oh, that's cute. No, you cannot steal the frogs. You meant me as the guardian. Well, I appreciate that. That's cute. I am frog guardian. But stop trying to steal my frogs. Mask. Correct bonking, lahonk. Lahonk. Haha, your bonk did not go through. Hee 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 hee. But you did slap, of course. Of course. We're gonna do some scissors now. How about that? We'll do some scissors. Scissor snips. Here we go. Dear Jesus, how did you make him so big? Cage, how? How is he so big? In the chat, how? Physically, what? Huh? Huh? I'm scared. Hello, it's City. Hello. Big frog. Yes. In the chat bubbles on the stream, it's not so big, but it's so big now. Oh, you can do that with bits. Well, I didn't get no bits. Did you give bits? Are these bits that are coming through? I'm not being told that I'm getting bits. Well, why aren't they telling me I'm getting bits? It's in the activity feed? Then why isn't this happening? Did something get turned off? Did something get turned off? No. It should be going through. I have exactly 69 bits now. Perfect mask. It is a new feature from not long ago. I know I did see that, but that it's not popping up. This is gonna bug me. Where's my activity feed thingy? I never have the activity feed thing open, but now it's clear that I kind of need that so I can tell that you guys did something like that. How? Cage, stop! It's in the redeems area? What? No, it's not. I don't see it. How? Okay. Activity feed. Oh, now I see. Okay. Put that away. I don't care about that. Oh my goodness. Okay. Froggy. Yes, Austin, there be froggies. I need to do with the rest of scissors, but I got thoroughly distracted. Freaking heck! Freaking heck! Look at them big. You can set the prices anywhere from 10 to 10,000 bits. Ooh. Raven, sincerely, I needed that laugh. That was so good. I'm glad you got that. I don't even know what I did. My default to Gigantify is 30. Yeah, why are you bonking yourself, Rabbit? Oh my gosh, I can't freaking see all the things that are happening. I'm getting distracted. How do I do the feature? I think it's you go to the bits. It's next to the radioactive rivets section. Yeah, and then power-ups. You can message and you can... Thank you for 5 bits, Log. The point here, these are all bit things, so we need to be dropping a bajillion money frogs. Let's drop a ton of money frogs. More bits, Log, stop. Okay, money frogs for everybody. Thank you. Money frogs. There you go. Hey, yeah, you go to... It's not on mobiles yet, but it's... Okay, so there's like the ribbit bubble, and then there's the bits diamond. Okay. You spent money to do money frog? The ironies. Next to the radioactive rivet bubble is a diamond. When you hit the diamond, you can do on-screen celebration, gigantify emote, message effects. I can add more power-ups. I should look into that. Hey mods, tell me what other power-ups like that we should do. The things that are like redeems but with bits, where you have to pay with bits. I will come up with those. We will think of things. Those 3 are all. Is that all you can do? I could have swore I saw when I was updating things that you can add things. But at the very least I can edit those. Yeah. Oh my gosh. What does the celebration mean? Okay. Bitch. Oh, look. There it is. It's frogs. Oh, the love frogs showed up. That's what it was. That's so cute. Celebration shows in the browser. Aha. I see. I didn't mean to. I was trying to say bits goal. I told you guys my words weren't happening well. I'm so sorry. I don't even like saying that word very much. I say bish if it's like friend. Hey bish, but like no, I said bad. I'm sorry, Dorova. No, it was not an insult. But okay, yes, one more money frog drop for Cage for the celebration that Cage just bought as well. Freaking heck. If you want to gigantify an emote, it is 30 bits. A celebration where something goes across the screen is 40. Cage, can you tell us if you had to pay for or like select which emote went across for the celebration? I'm curious if it's like, because maybe I'll have to change which emote does the celebrate, because the little loves is nice, but if you can pick which one you selected. Okay, is it from any of my emotes or just of the free ones, or like what is it? You can't do animated ones. Ooh, okay, so if we were to figure out a PDF one that is good for celebrate, any emotes you have, but not animated ones. Okay, anyone's emotes that you have, but not any. Okay, I like it. Yeah, globally, yeah, cool. I learn, I like. Okay. Sorry for the scissors interrupt. And oh my goodness. See, the on-screen celebration popped up in chat, and I appreciate that. And then the Gigantify emote, I guess I just have to see it is a big emote. It is big. So I guess that's how I'll be able to tell when those happen. I need, I need to restructure everything now, I guess. Where's my reward request queue? There it is. Okay, because it sniffs for Lahonk soon, and I still didn't do the last of the scissor snips, so I'll do another 15-20 seconds of scissor snips, because I interrupted you. So I do that. I'm sorry. Snip, snip, snips. Here you go. There you go. Thank you. I had a long face from Kitty Long Body. Hee hee hee. Silly little mask. More dad joke. Good night, DJ. Sleep well. We'll see you soon, hopefully. I'm waving and you cannot see. What am I doing? I am back on tomorrow, hopefully with both of my streams. I'm very sorry again, everyone, that somehow things happen. Um, it was very annoying to me. Trust me, my mods know that my second stream or my first stream didn't happen, but I'm very glad that this one is happening and it's good. It's here. But yeah, okay. Where see you? Oh yay! Thank you. Okay, thank you, DJ. We'll see you soon. Sniffa's time though. Let's get some sniffing. Sniffas for the honks. There we go. Alright. Let's sniff this place up. Alright. Let's not shrimp. Jeez. Oh, you tucked yourself in. It's very cute. Look at the joke. Oh, okay. I focus and then you lurk. Alright. Alright. Okay. Huh? Head pats. That's the one. Sorry, my brain just cooperated. My brain just came back and kicked the bread out. Huzzah! Raven has brain! Jeez. Untuck? We don't have an untuck, Rabbit. Nice try. Why are you doing this? Why are you doing this? Yeah, bonk him for that. You've been bonked. Okay, sniffers. Jeez. Okay, Raven, you can focus, can't you? You got brain back. Alright. Big excited sniffies. Why you stop yourself? Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't be mean. Be nice to yourselves. Be nice. Oh, hey, we have 875 followers too now. That's awesome. Okay, sorry. I got distracted. Okay. Oh, thank you, DJ. We're happy to welcome you in. Of course, of course, of course. And I think you saw the Discord if you want to join that community too. But no, no rush. Yeah, that was a miscommunicate from last time. Whenever I tell you about the Discord, folks, I'm not trying to force you into it. I'm just telling you about it if you choose. Oh, that was interesting. Okay. Um, okay. Those of you that aren't in the Discord, that was about Discord things. You don't have to be there, but that was an inside joke to that. So yeah, okay. Um, all right. That's our sniffers. I get the good sniffs. Don't let that moment get to you. Oh no, I still consider that moment just like a little miscommunication, misunderstanding, and then like their own styles is them. And I'm gonna leave that to them. But I want to make sure that I do my bit where I'm like, I'll be clear. I'll clarify that that is not what I meant. And we can all go from there and be good. It's head pat, not pat if you want the command. But it is good. I could shorten it to pat. Maybe I should shorten that command to pat so it's a little bit easier. I don't know. It's head pat for now anyway. Oh, tucked in. Yes, go back. You're tucked back in. Okay. Good. Patrick. What? No. This is not Patrick. You already do. They gotta be unreasonable to miss. Well, okay. I don't think you have to. Yeah, there's headpad. You don't have to at yourself for lurk. Lurk does a no atting needed. That's the one that people can't use unless they're the big older. Huh? Or under the influence. Yeah, even under the influence, you're still doing your. I think there also might be a cooldown for lurk. What is the cooldown for lurk? I don't know. Or the bot is just being a dum-dum. I don't know. Either way, sleep well, DJ. Sleep well. Lahunk, you missed your sniffers. You missed it? I thought you were here but being quiet. I should have known better. You're never quiet. I added an alias to the headpat command. Oh, perfect. So it can be headpat or pat? That's so cool. I didn't know that I imagine that's what alias means. It's yeah, there you go. Yeah, that's so cool. Okay, well, ready, folks? We're gonna do the next story. What I miss? Mask. Stop. You missed your sniffer, but it was very recent, so you can go ahead. Pet. Pet is Pat. There you go. See, pats. There you go. Pat yourself. Pat. Pat. Okay. That wasn't bonk. That was pats. Okay. What was... Oh, yes. Okay, so the next WP Kinsella story. Lurk has a 10-minute personal cooldown. Ooh, okay. I will... I will roll the die again, and I will re-roll if it lands on 2 again. Let's find. It was 1. Okay. This is a good time to do it. It's a good time. Just a friendly troll. But good job, always fed. Yes. Okay, so the next one is the one I must I must give trigger warning. So I'm gonna put up the little trigger warning. Boop it up here. I should keep it up for the rest of these, because even the rest of these stories, it kind of includes it. That there's sometimes little tiny bits and pieces and whatever. But okay, so this story is one that I hold dear to me. It's the reason that I went looking into the other book, because I have a physical 2 books of this author for no good reason. I come across free books sometimes. It's very fun. But when I was looking the guy up, this story is the one that I found, and it looked very cool. It came like this is the one that people liked, and it sounded a lot like the story of the deer woman, who that's a me. I'm a deer woman, so it's a thing. Command pester. Oh my gosh, that's what you guys all do. Every one of the commands is a command pester. Oh, it's a petster. Oh, pet petster. I misread. Ooh. Okay, I'm bogus. Jeez. Raven. Okay. But all right, so this is a very good moral, fun, interesting, compelling story, but it has violence against women, violence in general is vaguely referenced to, but yet the sexual violence as well. So if that is very triggering for you, you can pop out for this story. When the title is off the screen again, you are safe. We are not reading or talking about it anymore. But here is it's called Dance Me Outside. Freaking heck. There we go. So that is how about that? Yes. Last time you said that before too, that it sounded like the Cash Me Outside girl. It's Dance Me Outside. But sometimes kind of the similar energies are there. So alright, if that is going to be triggering for you, there is your warning. There's your specific warnings for this one. At least had the refrain not to say it. Yeah, mask held themselves back. Restrain. I think I said refrain. In my head I hear anyway. Okay, here it is. Dance Me Outside. It's gonna be tense. Brace yourselves. Yep. Oh, I mean, I do too sometimes. I do too. This is our introduction for tonight to Frank Fence Post. There will be... No, you said restraint. I said refrain. Yeah, it was... Anyway. Team effort. You missed a T and my brain went for anywhere else. Thank you for hydrate. We're meeting Frank Fence Post. Those of you that don't know him yet, oh, you'll love him. Don't you worry. He's a time. This is going to be a tense story, but you're going to see the chaos of him even now. It's going to be fun. So, this is less funny, but I still think it's a very good story. Okay. Team incorrect. Yes. I love it. And you spelt it wrong too. Correct. So it's perfect. We are team correct. I'm gonna laugh at you for a minute because I can't tell if you did it on purpose, but either way, it's great. Okay. There we go. That was unintentional. I thought so. There was just the slightest. Was that purposeful? Okay. Good to have a good laugh coming into this one. Okay. Yeah, I do the same. Okay. Oh, my cheek hurt. Okay. Here we go. Very first sentence, we're already into the triggers, so please run away if you're not prepared to listen. Thank you very much. I love you. Bye-bye. Okay, come back soon. Alright. Little Margaret Wolfchild got murdered down to Wetaskiwin one Saturday night last fall. The implications of that grammar is so wild, though, too. Like, I understand that's just his syntax, but she got murdered down to Wetaskiwin? Like, her murdering brought her to Wetaskiwin? I guess it probably would to get to the coroner, but still, like, what? No, she was murdered in Wetaskiwin one Saturday night, is what he mean. But, it's funny. Anyway, okay. She wasn't little, like most people would think of little. She already 18, and she got a baby herself about 2 years ago. She got called Little Margaret because when she born, Moses Wolfchild, what with 10 or 11 kids at home, forgot he had a daughter named Margaret. So she is called Little Margaret, and the one they got already is Big Margaret. They had a spare Margaret, so it makes sense. Yeah. Okay. Big Margaret growed up and moved to Calgary 5 or 6 years ago, and nobody ever heard of her since. So who knows if that Margaret is doing okay either. But little Margaret, here on out, might be just Margaret. That's the Margaret we're talking about, little one. Margaret, she'd been to the Blue Quills dance hall at Hobama Crossing on Saturday night, and sometime after midnight she left with some white guys in a car. They cut her belly with a knife and sort of stuffed her body in a garbage can. Little Margaret, she was pretty too. Her face was round and her arms were chubby, and she used to wear her hair in braids down her back. She was Robert Coyote's girlfriend when he wasn't working off in the bush. I tell you, Silas, we sure as hell gonna have to kill that guy when we get out, Robert says to me. I don't disagree with Robert Coyote, 'cause he's bigger and older than me, and he also waving a very mean-looking hunting knife when he say this. Frank and Charlie Fencepost and Ethan Firstrider, they is all there too, and they say we sure as hell gonna kill Clarence Gaskell when he get out of jail down to Fort Wetaskiwin. After the murder, it don't take the RCMP guys long to catch Clarence. Lots of people saw little Margaret leave in his car. They arrested 2 other guys with him, but let them go, 'cause they said all they did was sit in the car while Clarence and little Margaret went in the back seat and messed around. Then little Margaret said something Clarence didn't like, and he got mad and killed her. Everybody know Clarence get mean when he drinks. He put the boots to Billy Big Charles one time, and he'd have killed him too if his friends hadn't stopped him. Billy still got a bad arm from that beating. I don't know much about law, even though I go to the technical school over at Wetaskiwin, and I like to read, especially about Indian history. They only charged Clarence with manslaughter. I guess it because little Margaret was Indian. If she'd been white, it would have been murder for sure. More for sure if it'd been an Indian guy killed a white girl. Clarence's dad, he owned the John Deere tractor store in Wetaskiwin, and he hires a lawyer all the way from Calgary. The lawyer's neck folds down over his collar. The jury is all men from Wetaskiwin, and there ain't no Indians on it. It's the 70s. There's not really women. I'm just adding that bit in myself. They got Clarence's hair cut and dressed him up in a suit and tie, and they even bought him a couple of teeth to fill the hole in his face where he had some teeth knocked out in a fight over to the Alice Hotel beer parlor. Anyway, okay. When the trial starts, Clarence, he looked like one of them religious kids that you see in the park, the ones that come from the Lutheran college over to Camrose. We all went and sat in the back row of the courtroom wearing our jeans and denim jackets and our hair all blown around 'cause we had to stand on the highway for a long time every day to hitch a ride into town. Ethan Firstrider, he got a car, but he can't take it off the reserve for it don't have no license. It don't have no license, and neither does Ethan. There you go, yeah. I remember Ethan not having a license in a different story. Okay. That lawyer, he get Clarence to tell his story, and he helps him along whenever he gets stuck. So the lawyer's pushing him ahead, telling him what to say, I guess. It go on for an hour or so, and it sound like Clarence a really nice guy, and little Margaret is a bad, drunk Indian girl. The lawyer's words sure sound funny come out of Clarence's mouth, 'cause everybody who know him know that Clarence, he can't say 2 words together without cursing. I bet he don't even know what half the words he is saying mean. They are big lawyer's words that come out of Clarence, but what he say is that him and Margaret get to mess around in the car, but when their clothes is off, Margaret is laugh at him, and to him that a good enough reason to take his knife and kill her. Did he say what I think he say? Robert asks. He say he killed little Margaret 'cause she make fun of his cock, says Frank. I'm gonna bring the shotgun tomorrow. Some good Frank energy. Calling out the cock line, and I'm ready with the chaos. I'll bring the weapon. Frank Fencepost, He'd been wanting all along to bring a shotgun right into court and blast Clarence good. But Robert Coyote say no. If anybody gonna kill Clarence, it gonna be him. But we wait and see what the court do first. The lawyer, he talked to the jury like they is little kids. And he, the school principal, he tell them it okay for Clarence to do what he done, 'cause he know that any one of them would get mad too if somebody make fun of their manhood. Clarence, he blow his nose, wipe his eyes with a big white cloth handkerchief, and cry and carry on while he tell his story. He ended by saying he's sorry he done it, and he wish everyone should forgive him for make a bad mistake. It gonna be me. I'm gonna blast him. Yeah, mask. Yep. Okay. If what he say was true, I'd be the first one to agree with him, but we all know it ain't. Little Margaret is a girl who laugh lots and be friendly with everyone, even bad dudes like Clarence. We had a murder out to the reserve once. Lewis Halter got himself killed, but he deserved what he got. He was all drunk up, and he said to Eddie Crow, "I fucked your wife." Yelled it right in Eddie's face. "I fucked your wife." And she liked it so much she came back for a couple more times. I mean, somebody said that to me about my girlfriend Sadie One Wound, and I had a rifle handy, I'd use it too. Clarence's friends both tell the same story as him, and in the lawyer's words too. A Catholic priest and the Anglican minister both say what a good boy Clarence is. I mean, he can't pick a religion based on those two both speaking up for him, but okay. I don't think none of the Gaskell family ever been to a church except for weddings and funerals. The lawyer gets the court to take a recess after Clarence tell his story, and you can tell by the look around that most everybody is sure impressed with how true it is, especially that lawyer and the jury. When we out in the hall, Ethan say, "Little Margaret, she wouldn't do none of that." "Yeah, but you think any of them white farmers gonna know that?" say Robert. Frank Fencepost, he took off his jacket the second day of the trial, and the court orderly or whatever, he has come down the aisle where we sitting. "Put your jacket on, boy." 'Cause back then it was a little bit more, you have to follow this, you have to wear like a fancy, you have to wear your jacket, blazers, 2-quart, whatever, you gotta wear the suit and such and whatever. Anyway, okay. This is a silly moment. That's what I'm getting to. If it says Frank, it's possibly a silly moment. Here we go. "Put your jacket on, boy," he says to Frank. "You can't sit in your shirt sleeves in the presence of the Queen." "I never knew she was here, partner, or I'd have worn my new shirt," says Frank. 'Cause, like, when you're in the court, you're in the presence of the Queen. She's not there. It's just the way they stupidly talk. Stop. It's governments. Anyway, okay. I figure the guy's gonna throw us all out, but he just look at us like we too ugly to look at, and clump back up the aisle. Since Clarence admit he'd done it, the judge tell the jury they got to find him guilty. But when they do, they say they recommend mercy. 90 days, and a $500 fine for murder, guys, says the judge. And Clarence, he smile and shake hands all around before they take him off to jail. "I'm gonna kill you, you son of a bitch," Robert Coyote says, loud enough for everybody to hear. You can hear everyone draw in their breath real sharp, and for a second there is silence until Frank Fencepost says, "Oh, we're loading." Until Frank Fencepost says, "Me too." He only killed a kid. He ain't that bad. He only killed an Indian woman. It doesn't matter. She's 18, so not exactly a kid. So Frank Fencepost, being the chaos he is, he says, "Me too. I'm gonna kill him too." The RCMP guys herd us all down to the highway and tell us to get the fuck back to the reserve and stay there. There's a little break, and then Yeah, still very bad. Frank Fencepost, he ran the mile from Hobama Crossing, across the slough, and up the hill to where our cabins are. Clarence Gaskell got at today, he puffed. Robert Coyote wiped his hunting knife on his jeans. We still gonna kill him, right? He asked. Right, says Ethan First Rider, and everybody else, including me, finally. I feel kind of tingly all over and kind of sick at the same time. I never been in jail, but Robert Coyote has, and he say it ain't so bad except you don't get no women. But he say it warm, the food is good, and you don't have to work. I think about how we get maybe 20 years, and I feel awful scared. I guess there never was any question that we were going to kill Clarence Gaskell after he got out of jail. We'd sit around our cabin and talk about it, and our girls would try to talk us out of it, or tell us at least to try not get caught. We all gonna take our guns, says Robert. Silas, you go down to the dance at Blue Quills tonight. Just keep your eyes open and see who he come with and how they acting. About midnight, the rest of us, we come down with our guns. You meet us in the bush behind the hall. Then we figure out how we going to get him outside by himself so we can kill him. We don't want to hurt nobody else except Clarence. Classic Frank. I get to take his scalp, say Frank Fencepost. Very violent. Be careful, says Bertha Big Charles. Bertha is slim and pretty, and would like to be Robert's girl, but he say he don't have no women until he kill Clarence Gaskell. Sadie One Wound look at me with scared eyes and say, I don't want you should go to jail, Silas. Sadie is awful special to me. She not very pretty, I guess. She's skinny and got kind of sharp features, but Sadie like to kiss me, and when she hold herself real close to me, it sure make me feel strong and brave. Not the kindest way to talk about your girlfriend, friend, but okay. I hope she don't read this. Anyway. I don't say nothing 'cause maybe I afraid what my voice sound like, but I try to look very solemn. Some of his friends told Clarence about how Robert Coyote is still saying he going to kill him when he gets home, but Clarence say he not afraid of no fucking Indians, and he be at Blue Quills for the dance, just like old times. At the dance, Clarence is smiling and strut around like a turkey. I like that they say he's like a turkey, but anyway. He shakes his hands on a lot of people, and his friends take him back and forth to their cars for drinks quite often. I watch the big Pepsi-Cola clock above the stage and wait for midnight. Sadie want me to dance with her, but I tell her go away, and she does. Clarence is dancing, even with the Indian girls. They laugh with him a lot, and I sure don't like to see that. Along about 11:30, all hell break loose. Somebody come yelling into the hall that Clarence been killed, and for somebody to call the RCMP. All the white people and even some of the Indians is all gathered around him back in the parking lot. They say pretty ugly things, but they don't know who to be mad at for sure. What I can't figure out is why Robert and Ethan and all the other guys don't wait for me like they supposed to. I finally walk down to the bush where they supposed to be and find them just get there. What's going on? They all want to know. How come you killed him without waiting for me? I ask. Like I real disappointed, but inside I am kind of glad they did. We just got here, says Robert. He has carried 2 rifles, and he shoved one of them into my hands. About them, the RCMP comes skidding into the parking lot with a red light turning. The Indians are down there in the bush, somebody says. They're the ones said they were going to kill Clarence. And before we know what happening, they got their spotlight on us, and all stand there shielding our eyes while they take away our guns and put handcuffs on us. When we in the back of the police car on the way to Wetaskiwin, the RCMP guys talk about how Clarence was stabbed, but first, they say he was sexually mutilated. They say what a bunch of bastards we were to do something like that to a white man. Frank Fencepost, he say, does sexually mutilated mean he got his balls cut off? The RCMP guy reach around and just about knock Frank through the back seat. I guess it does, Frank whisper into my shoulder while his nose bleeds all down the front of his shirt. I just love how ridiculous Frank is. Yes, essentially it means that, friend, but, like, my gosh, okay. Wasn't he shot? I ask, as polite as I know how. You should know, says the RCMP. Well, yeah, there's a bit of a problem here, guys. They was holding guns. Dude was dead by knife. So we got some inconsistency here. Anyway, okay. They questioned all us guys for most of the night, sometimes alone and sometimes all of us together. Frank is priceless. We need Frank. It's very true. We must protect Frank. Well, not fully protect. We need to slap some sense into him about his misogyny and his weird preference for, like, he says he wants to scalp people. Stop saying that. You're setting them back. Like, no. Okay. Okay. The question was all night. There was a lot of blood, they say, and they got the jackknife that was used on him, and they want to know which one of us owns it. They stamped our fingerprints and took away all our clothes and even our boots. They say they're going to send our clothes to the crime laboratory in Regina, and they say, too, that if there is even so much as one drop of Clarence Gaskell's blood on these clothes, or one fingerprint on the knife, they're going to charge us all with murder. And they say they don't give a shit how we get back to the reserve with nothing but shorts on. I sure hope Frank ain't got the same blood as Clarence, 'cause his nose splashed on all of us in the back of the car there. Frank ain't worried, though. He say Indians got eagle's blood, so they be able to tell the difference easy in a laboratory. It almost nearly. You're very close, Frank. Anyway. If it hadn't been for the Seventh-day Adventist minister who gave us some blankets and a ride, we'd have all froze. We had to promise to come to his church next Sunday, or he wouldn't have helped us. None of us went, although I thought about it. None of us guys ever got our clothes back from the RCMP, but I figure that a pretty cheap way to not get charged with murder. When the tests come back from Regina, the RCMP is real disappointed that our clothes and boots don't have none of Clarence's blood on them. Honk, put the bonkin' away. They questioned all us guys again a few times, especially Robert Coyote, but about all they do is call us bad names and say what they're going to do to the guy who done it when they catch him. Nobody ever got charged, and they haven't been around for a long time now. At the dance that night, most everybody is dancing all the time but me. I just sit on the bench along the side of the hall, and I must have been the only one who's seen that it was Bertha Big Charles who danced Clarence outside. Danced him outside. There you go. I even heard him say it. Bertha was pushed herself up close to him and whispering in his ear, and I heard him laugh and say, "Dance me outside, baby," as they go by me. When I look around the hall, I see that my Sadie One Wound and some of the other girls are not there, too. Where are the girls? When the minister finally brought us home that night, Sadie is waiting at our cabin. I make her burn her jeans and shoes, and she go and has Bertha Big Charles, Sandra Coyote, and maybe another couple of girls do the same. "Hold on to me, Silas," Sadie say to me that night, "and don't let go. Don't let me go for a long time." And her body is tremble, and it is a very long time before she finally go to sleep in my arms. Every time, by the time we get to that last paragraph, like, I'm already tearing up again, and it's just like a lot. But there you go. That is Dance Me Outside. And it is very much in line with me, the Dear Woman stories. That's how we work. That's how we work, bruh. It's such a good one. It's a tough one, but it's such a good one. Yep. So there you go. And I'll take away the text. We'll move on so that everybody that didn't want to be here for that, if they came back and see the text is gone, they'll know that it's safe. But I'll give you guys a second if anybody want to talk about that one. Because like I said, it's very good. Remember, shrimping is a sin. Oh no. I definitely didn't fully ungo. I wasn't shrimping, but I was like leaning and starting to curl up at the side. But I wasn't shrimping. Not really. Okay. So there, that was Dance Me Outside. Yeah, okay. So now we'll move on. Ah. It's triggers time, but there's no triggers here. So I'll give you guys a minute to redeem triggers. What would be the next story? I think we'd want to go back into silly. So there's one of two that we would want to read for silly, and then we have another darker one, and then one more silly. I've lost. I've got 4. I could roll the dice, but I think we want silly right now. That's what we want. Singing Frog! You're pretty popular tonight, Frog. Okay, let's do some Frog. Do 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 do. Come here. There he is. Alright. Oh, why are you not visible? I made everything visible. Come on, there you go. No, I'm not crying no more. I'm good. I should stop that. There is our little frog. Thank you for that, redeem the honk. There's a little dude. If there's nothing else, I'm gonna run an ad quickly. If there is more triggers, you can redeem them while we start the ad. But yes, here we go. Ad begin. Oh no, wait, I hit snooze. Wow, I'm back to operating on bread, aren't I? Oops. Okay, I'll hit the ad now. I promise, I'm hitting the ad. Here's your warning. 3, 2, 1. And those of you that are not watching an ad, you can go ahead and redeem. I remind you. Oh, the chaos. My poor little brain. I'm curious. Did I not put this on? Yeah, so we did reach my follower goal. I don't know if it had enough of a reaction. Anyway. Oh! Ah! I'm going to assume you do not see me. You have 22 rivets. That's not enough rivets. Darn. Okay. Lahonk, if you can hear me, what would you redeem besides Rage Puff? If you could. And then I see we have mic arm sharpening. Got hit by an ad. Well, yes, I'm sorry. As soon as you're free, you'll heal me. I'm sorry. Ah. Okay. Okay. You have 34 ribbons now. Huzzah. But if you have one, but you don't have, if you have one in mind that you'd like to redeem, but you can't tell me, I understand you're low on ribbons. You redeem lots, and I very much appreciate keeping that flow going. So let me know. We have mic arm sharpening. I'll do. Hi, Raccoon OSHA OSHA department. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome in. Thank you, thank you. Sorry, yes, you got hit by an ad. I was just running an ad when you jumped in, so it was just poor timing. Unfortunate. But here we go. We're doing redeem. So if you have something you want to redeem, there you go. Ooh, mouth pops from Tarova. I'm gonna start doing mic arm sharpening. It means I move the mic and stuff. So here comes some noisiness possibly. But here we go. All right. You want the mouth pops? Well, glad Tarova did those. Okay. Mic. There you go. Can I hear? Yes, I can hear. Sometimes it disconnects when I move it. It's annoying. Okay. Today I added to my collection of metal bottle caps. Ooh, those are fun. Where's my sharpening thing? There it is. Ah, okay. Here we go. Mic arm sharpening. Boop boop. I scoot, I scoot. Alright. Alright, okay. Okay, there was our mic arm sharpening. I'm bringing it back. It might be noisy. Okay. Mic noises. Okay, it's better. Hi, Rexted. It is not book time. We're doing one more redeem, and then it is back to book time. Very close to book time. Mouth pops time. Thank you for hydrate. I'll quickly hydrate then. Thank you. Very good. Okay, so that is mouth pops. Let's put that up. Okay. Here. Yep. Stretchy. Okay. Okay. Sorry. Oh, is this... Why did that go down? Okay, there we go. Okay, there was our mouth pops. Oh goodness, it's a quote from Fallout. Okay, I would say all of it because you put it all there. Communism detected on American soil. Lethal... already messed it up. Lethal force engaged. This is a quote from Fallout. I will include all of it. If you put it in there, I'll say it. Even sometimes I say when people put emotes because I sometimes get confused and sometimes it's relevant to say the emote. But anyway, a Fallout quote. Okay. We get lots of different. The trigger words have never been what I thought they would. I was expecting when I made this to get like the kind of things that other ASMR artists get asked to say. And I was a little nervous about it because I'm like, I'm here and there about it with the like good boys and good jobs and stuff like that where it's like, oh, okay. But it's never been that. It's always been like potato. It's like, what? Okay, potato. It's very fun. I like my little community. You guys are goofballs and I like it a lot. Okay. But thank you for that one. Now it's time for our next story. So, I am going to. Where is my dice? There it is. I'm just gonna roll for even number or odd number. Didadoro. Yeah, Debs. That's our community energy. I'm gonna roll for even number or odd number. We're definitely gonna do a more silly story. Just find it funny to get streamers to say that. Hey, heck yeah, I'm here for it. But we're gonna pick one of the more silly stories from the favorites. It's not gonna be too emotionals, and I already know which one I think I want to do at the end. But yeah. Anyway, okay, here we go. Rolling. It is so fun. Okay. All right. So here we go. It's going to be the inaugural meeting, which, if you remember it, don't spoil it just yet. The inaugural meeting. How do you spell this? How do I spell inaugural? Hold up. Here, double checking by going back to the table of contents page. Do. Oh, yeah, it's what I thought it was. Okay, inaugural. Okay, here it is. Alright, and we are reading, we're not trigger. There you go. Alright. There we go. Yes, correct. We got there eventually. Okay. This has some real and serious messages that you could pull out of it, but it's not really giving you a serious moral, and it does end with a good little laugh. So, let's have some fun. Okay. The inaugural meeting. Look at yourselves, brothers, yell Hobart Thunder. Stop looking up here at me for a moment and turn and look at yourselves. Have you ever seen a more disgusting group? You look half starved, half dressed, half alive. And on he go. Boy, he sure call us up one side and down the other. We is, all us guys down at the Blue Quills Hall at Hobama Crossing, listen to this guy from the American Indian Movement give us a talk on Red Power. All week there have been posters up at the general store and the pool hall at Hobama showing this big red clenched fist hold on to a torch. The posters say Hobart Thunder, a founding member to the American Indian Movement, going to stop right here at Hobama on his cross-country tour. Speak to anybody who listen. Silver collection. Come at 8 o'clock. There's only about 8 or so of us guys show up. Me, Frank and Charlie Fence Post, Ethan and Rufus First Rider, Robert Coyote, and maybe a couple other guys sit on them yellow wood chairs out at the basketball court in front of the stage, while Hobart Thunder stand up there and talk like maybe he got 1,000 or 2 people listen to him. You can't get no lower than you are now, brothers. You are degraded, deprived, despised, trampled under the feet of the government bureaucracy. You are nothing. Silas, you sure this here guy ain't white? Frank say to me. I sure never expect to hear an Indian talk to other Indians that way. Classic Frank. Hobart Thunder sure ain't white. In fact, he don't look much different from us. He got long hair with a headband and a feather stick up behind him, a denim jacket, brown pants that too big for him, and running shoes. He is old though, maybe 25. In this story, I believe our Silas is 18. He's calling him old. He's 18 or 19, something like that. He's calling him old in comparison. Don't take offense from Silas calling 25 old. I'm very sorry. Okay. What I wish, though, is that he would talk to us in his own voice. He keep read off little cards that he take out of the pocket of his jean jacket. Like maybe without them, he is going to forget some of the bad names he has called us. There is only one way for you to go, and that is up. It is the job of myself and my brothers in the American Indian movement to help you up from bondage, up from oppression, up from slavery. He paused there, and I guess he expects us to clap our hands for him or something. Everybody is sit silent. Hobart is look kind of worried for a minute. Then he take a new card from his pocket and start up again. There's two white guys sit by themselves at the back of the hall. They got short hair, big muscles, clean jeans and denim jackets, and sport shirts that done right up to the collar. They might as well have on the bright red uniform and ride their horses. He's saying they look like cops. 'Cause that's what the RCMP, the Mounties do. They wear the red uniforms and ride horses. They are mounted on horses, police. Yeah, anyway. Okay, I'm over-explaining. I over-explain. Okay. I was at Wounded Knee, Hobart say. I saw my red brothers fight and die there on the Ogallala Reservation during the siege. I saw the courage, the sacrifice, the bravery. Would you do the same for your... If you want to edit what I'm supposed to say, go ahead and drop the message in your next message, Raccoon. But I gotta keep reading. Where am I? Would you do the same for your reserve? Would you fight and die for... And here he stopped and looked on his card for help. The Ermine Skin Reserve in your town of Hobama? Poor Hobart Thunder. He is make the mistake everybody else is. He think just because Indians live here at Hobama is an Indian name. People ask us all the time what Hobama mean in Indian. Frank, he tell them it mean land of blue lakes, tall trees, running waters with lots of buffalo that last as long as the grass shall grow. Only he tell it different to everyone who is asked. Hobama was named by the white guys who built the Canadian Pacific Railway. It is the name of a Dutch guy who paint pictures a real long time ago. We've been mostly peaceful, trusting, and loyal for all these many years, and look where that got us, Hobart go on. We is the bottom men on the white man's totem pole. We got to fight. We got to burn. We got to destroy. Are you with me, brothers? And he give us the big red power salute and bow a little, wait for us to clap our hands again. One or two of the guys do a little bit. Sound like somebody slap a couple of flies. Hobart Thunder come down off the stage and sit with us. He have us put our chairs in a circle and we whisper a lot. He explained that the guys at the back of the hall is feds that been sent to harass and disrupt his meetings. They is with the CIA and is follow him around all the time. Only reason they don't do nothing tonight is that there is so few of us here. Then he pull us in real close and whisper some more. But he is even whispering off the cards in his pocket, so he's still not even speaking himself. If you men believe in freedom for yourselves and your people, I want you should form the Ermine Skin Warrior Society right here and now. You may be a small group, but with the audience of the American Indian, or the guidance, with the guidance of the American Indian movement, you can make your presence felt all across your state, the province, and maybe all across the country. because this guy's from the States. He says state, but he's in Canada right now. You say provinces, not states, provinces or territories, but he's in Alberta. It's a province. Okay. That name, Ermine Skin Warrior Society, sure sound okay. Says Silas Ermine Skin. It's his own last name. Of course, he thinks it sounds great. Anyway. Okay. It kind of sound exciting. And I can see myself lead a war party out to attack something, and I guess the other guys can too, 'cause we don't say nothing for a minute or so. Okay, say Hobart Thunder, and he pull out a paper, got a bunch of blanks for him to fill in. He sure have trouble get the right words in the right place, but finally he read off, "The inaugural meeting of the Hobama chapter of the Ermine Skin Warrior Society come to order." Then he get out some more notes and explain how we gonna make bombs with dynamite, blow up trains, even airplanes, and sometimes public buildings like this here hall we is in. How are we gonna get money to build these bombs and stuff? Rufus First Rider asked. We could rob the stage, say Frank. But Hobart got bigger plans than that. We supposed to steal all the dynamite and stuff, he tell us. Then we is to rob banks and credit unions and kidnap senators and other important guys so we can collect lots of money to build more bombs. Maybe it is just the way he tell his story, like he not quite believing it himself, that it don't sound like so good an idea to us. I look over at Ethan First Rider and he screw up his nose. If Ethan don't like it, that mean the rest of us don't either. But we don't want to hurt the feelings of Hobart Thunder, 'cause he seemed like a nice man, and he sure come one long way to talk with us. So we try to look like we agree with what he tell us. We figure he go away and we never hear from him again. Now that the Ermine Skin Warrior Society is organized, I want you should do something tonight, he say. It be small, but it be, and he have to look at the cards in his pocket again. It be small, but it be, he looks, a symbolic gesture. See them feds sit back there? Well, their car is out front. I want volunteers to go out there and wreck the car. Frank put up his hand and take mine with it. 'Cause of course Frank would. Brother Ermine Skin and Brother Fence Post have volunteered. The rest of you get closer to me, and we keep on with our secret meeting so the feds keep watching us. You guys pretend you going home. Frank and me walk out of the hall. We stretch as we go past the feds. Boy, we is tired. We is gonna right home to bed, we say. But the Freds don't even, the Freds don't even look at us. The feds don't even look at us. Ugh. There's only 3 cars outside the hall. All of us guys came down in Ethan First Rider's car. One that used to be, at one time, belonged to my brother-in-law. Only, he sort of left it out on the reserve when he come to visit. That's a different story. It was a heck of a time. It was chaos. Interesting. Anyway. There is a beat-up 1969 Chevy with South Dakota plates and the back seat full of red power posters. And there is a new silver Ford LTD, looked just like it drove out of a magazine. Them feds must be rich guys. We just stand look at it for a while. I don't mind if we steal it, 'cause, boy, I sure would like to take Sadie One Wound, my girlfriend, for a ride in it. And maybe if I smart like Ethan, I get to keep it. I just don't like the idea of busted up, though. And Frank, even though he act real brave, he don't much either. I sort of kick a little dirt on the door. We gotta remember it belonged to them feds, Frank say. I wish they'd tried to harass us so we could be really mad with them, I say. Frank, maybe you pretend that car belonged to that RCMP guy who broke your nose in the back of the police car that time. I got even with him, Silas. I bled on his uniform. Good. We have a little laugh about that, but Frank figure what I say is an okay idea. He take out his big jackknife, and after quite a few tries, cut one tire enough for the air to get out. Now it's your turn, he say to me. Who do you hate, Silas? I have to think for a minute. Then I remember this dude that cheated me out of $50 when I was in the United States once. That's a different story we read. I just stand back and kick the middle of the passenger door with my steel-toed work boot and pretend that it's the face of the guy who cheated me. Frank take a rock and tap on a tail light until it break. I do the same with a headlight. Then I find that the doors ain't even locked. There's a bucket laid by the side of the hall. How about we wash this here car for the feds, I say. Frank get the idea and run down the hill to the slough and come back with a pail full half of mud and half of water. He step up and slop it right across the front seat. We gotta wash the back too, hey? I am starting to feel real good as I run down to the slough. Frank gets the rest of the tires flat by the time I come back, with mostly mud in my bucket, and toss it in the back seat. We throw some rocks at the windows and windshield. They chip a little, but they're pretty hard to break. Our steel-toed boots sure dent in the sides good, though, and we bust up every light on the car, easy. Then Frank put up the hood, and we pull out anything that come loose. Then we close up the hood and dance real hard on it until it cave in. We figure we fill up the gas tank with water, but it got a lock on it, so we kick off the tailpipe instead. Then we put it in neutral, rock it some to get it started down the hill. It roll right into the slough, go shloomp. It SCHLO-O-O-O-MP. Anyway, sorry. And sink about halfway out of sight. It's sure funny that do something like that makes us feel so good. I think I can imagine what it'd be like to blow up a building. We assure a couple of proud guys when we go back to that meeting. Brother Hobart, we say, we is strike the first blow for red power in Alberta, and he slap our backs and say maybe there is hope for us guys yet. Here's the funny bit. Brother Hobart sure changed his tune when we all get outside. What did you guys do to my car? He yelled. Ain't that your car? We say, point at the 69 Chevy. That belongs to the feds. The American Indian movement has rent me a new car in Calgary to make my tour. We is sure sorry, Brother Hobart, we say. He looked like he just been hit in the stomach with a big red fist off one of his posters. Hey, Hobart, say one of the feds. You want to ride into town with us? We got a room right next to yours at the Alice Hotel. I guess that'd be okay, says Hobart. Come on, say the other CIA guy. If we hurry up, we can get there before the bar closes. We'll buy you a drink. I guess that'd be okay too, say Hobart. I hope you realize that's the second time that's happened on this tour. You gotta remember to tell them which car is ours, say the first CIA guy. That's why we drive the junker. We is sure sorry, Brother Hobart, we say again. Then we is all raise our fists in the red power salute as Hobart Thunder get in the back seat of the 69 Chevy. The end. Is nobody else just in love with that story? I like it so much. It's ridiculous. And it highlights some fun. I don't know. No one else just fed me? Oh, there, Raccoon. You agree? Thank you. Well, I love it. This is the stuff. Why don't I have more watchers for these? I know that when people jump in the middle of this, they're like, why is it broken English reading? I don't get it. But I'm like, no, dudes, you're just unsophisticated swine. You don't like W.P. Kinsella? He's amazing. So much. The next one is going to be less silly, and then we're going to have one with a very silly twist, but it's a very somber route. And then the very last one, it will be very silly. You're back. Hi, El Chiquitas. I'm going to read through all the stories. We've got a trigger word. I'll read it. If we have another redeem people really want to do, I'll do it. But like I said, I've got 3 stories left. I kind of want to jump to the next one, and we'll have a trigger break at the end of this next one. It's going to be a less silly one. That's what it'll be. But okay, here's our trigger word. I have. But the real one is, I had a dream that I ate a 10-pound marshmallow, but when I woke up, my pillow was gone. I know that Simpsons episode. He's always eating his pillow. Oh, that was a good one. That's a good one, Raccoon. Okay. I hope everybody's okay with me moving straight on to the next one. It's a bit somber, but it's so touching. If you remember Panache, this is Panache. I'm going to find the Panache. I have to go back to the... Because I read it in order of the book last time, and now I'm reading it out of order. We have to find... It's 2.5 Men reference. Oh, nice. Okay. That joke is everywhere? If you say so. Okay. There's a cat on my roof. Ooh! El gato! Get the kitty! Get the kitty! There it is. 34. Okay. Panache is loading. Okay. There we go. Average Latin problem. Yes. Classic for the kitties to be on the roofs in many places. Hi, Dumda. Hello. We're reading Panache next, so we're jumping into that story. But redeems after this one. You will want to have a break. Yes, you have a shiny diamond now. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like your diamond. I think you're the only one with a diamond now. I think so. I'll have to look into it. Okay. Panache. Me and Frank Fencepost, here we go, and a few other guys, been taking a course at the government, that the government offer. Oh, 91% love, you guys. Look at you two. And then 76%. That's pretty good. Okay, I gotta focus. Panache. Panache. Me and Frank Fencepost and a few other guys been taking a course the government offer on how to be mechanics. The first year... Nice. Cajun Dumda. Okay. Focusing, Raven. The first year of the course was just about over, and Mr. Nichols, our English instructor and counselor, was helping some of us write job application letters, so maybe we work and earn some money in the summer. I have to write Frank Fencepost letters because he is only able to write most of his name. Hey Silas, Frank, he say to me, if we get these letters wrote up all splendid right and all, wouldn't it be better if we could keep them from knowing we is Indians? How we gonna do that, says Tom Pony, with names like Silas Ermineskin, Donald Bobtail, and Rufus First Rider. It's not going to be so hard for them to guess. We love a Frank Fencepost. Here we go. If you remember Panache, he has some good jabs in this one, but it's a slightly more serious time. It's not as silly. I need to adjust. Prevent shrimping. Okay. It's not going to be so hard for them to guess. Frank, he finally decided to sign his letters J. Frank Fencepost, so it sound important, just like the mayor of Wetaskiwin, who is Mr. J. William Oberholzer. We all laugh a lot about that, but Mr. Nichols, he say that us guys will maybe get to work in a mill somewhere, but they put Frank in public relations, whatever that is. Which is just to say Mr. Nichols is seeing how Frank really uses his brain to really figure the things out. We really love Frank. He's a heck of a time. Anyway, okay. The last talk that Mr. Nichols gave us in English class is one that I never forget. It is Mr. Nichols who get me to write down stories, and he say if I keep on, maybe someday I write some good enough to get printed. His lecture was all about a French word called panache, which he say is, and I wrote it down real careful, the ability to exude the effect of a plume on a helmet. So that's cute. That's pretty cute. We be buddies, yo. Yeah. I feel like he would be buddies with a good handful of y'all. Just irregardless of the races, as long as you guys keep chill and you like him like this. But okay. Because he can be kind of picky about that. I mean, living on a reserve in the 70s, how hard people were on them. Yeah. Anyway, okay, here we go. He shows us pictures of knights. Oh, yes, no, I don't want to. This is very important. Panache. The ability to exude the effect of a plume on a helmet. And his lecture was all about that French word. Here we go. He show us pictures of knights with big curled feathers above their armor, and he tell us that anybody can act like he got them feathers. If we stand tall and have the right attitude, then we can have panache and look like we warriors wearing a war bonnet and holding a lance, even if we really just got on jeans and a t-shirt. Then we look at pictures of Indian chiefs, and Mr. Nichols say that they got more nobility and panache than knights ever had. I make sure I remember, that is, he tells us, but I don't figure I have a chance to use it, or maybe a long time. Yeah. I would say Tarova, in both countries, it was not very nice, but yeah. But he's in the story. Yeah. He'd be weary of you, but I think you guys would convince him. There we go. Okay. Me and Frank and Tom Pony all got hired by a coal mine out near Jasper, Alberta. So Frank, Silas, and Tom Pony. And a good long way from our reserve here at Hobama. The mine is at a place called Lusker, what used to be a town but ain't no more. And the mine ain't underground like you would suppose, but is up top and called a strip mine. The mine is called Cardinal Coal Mines, and Frank, he figures that it must be owned by Indians. We got about 20 families named Cardinal on the reserve, and we guess maybe one of them run it. I mean, it's possible, but I don't think that is. Anyway, the nearest town is called Hinton, and the three of us take the bus up there and get a basement room and board with a white lady who says we should call her Gran. Her husband runs the movie machine at the picture show, and he say he let us guys in free to all the movies. That's really white of you, Frank says. I kick his ankle, because back then that's like a way of saying that's very good of you. And yeah, anyway, Frank, this is why I say he's going to be weary of you guys. He says this kind of shit. So Silas kick his ankle, and when we alone, I tell him not to make fun on these people, because they is really trying to be nice on us. None of us ever been in a white people's house before. They even got 3 goldfish in a big glass jar. Gran, she serves us more food than I ever seen before, and she says she gonna have to fatten us up, especially Tom Pony, who is little and got hollow cheeks. She say he looks like he never had a good meal in his life. Boy, this is sure nice people, and things look good for us, until the first day we start work. We have to take a company bus about 25 miles out to the mine, and boy do the guys we want to work with ever look funny at us on the way out. Maybe they don't have no Indians in this part of the country, whispers Frank. Maybe they do, says Tom Pony. Why do they like us? They've never seen us. Maybe they have seen us, and that's why they don't like us. I mean, based on Frank's chaos, I would say that's a fair concern. If everybody was like Frank, more people would be a little nervous. They'd be excited, but then also nervous. I never even dreamed there are places like this mine. They got there what they call trucks, but they is 3 men tall, and the cab sits off to one side like they missed when they put it together. I'm about 6 feet tall, but I don't even come to the top of one wheel. These trucks go up and down narrow little trails, and then come back up to the very edge of what sure look like hell to me, and dump their load. The rocks go down what the foreman says over 500 feet into a pit that he says been burning for maybe 20 years. There's smoke hang around over everything, make it like cloudy all the time. We don't have to drive the trucks, and I'm sure glad about that. We just gonna do odd jobs. That is, if we ever get to work. 'Cause when the shifts change, everybody have a big meeting with the foreman. We don't have to figure too hard to guess what it is about us. About us. All the men wear bright red overalls. Yes, all the men wear bright red overalls and yellow hard hats, and what with the dust and smoke hang around all over, it sure remind me of a picture I seen once of all the devils in hell. We ain't gonna have no so-and-so Indians work here, says a big man with a beer belly and yellow hair. I don't like it no better than you, say the foreman. No better than you, Gunderson, say the foreman. How did I skip his name? Very important character, Gunderson. Then he goes into a long story about how the government gives money to the mine, but if the mine takes the money, it got to hire some guys like us. They argue for a long time. Gunderson say there is no way the men gonna work if we work. Look, say the foreman, I'm gonna put the tall one up in the tower with a pencil and the other two on odd jobs. You won't even know they're here. Gunderson went and had a powwow with the other men. As long as they don't touch none of the equipment, we don't want them to screw nothing up. It's dangerous enough here without guys like that working on our machines. I can tell right then that we ain't gonna get to do no mechanic work, even though that's what we've been trained to do for the last year. I think they is afraid of us, say Frank. Should I show them my knife? That Gunderson guy's hair sure looked good on my belt. Frank wants to scalp him. Stop saying this shit, Frank. You're sending us back. Okay. Yes. Look at you, a little Frank. Okay, so they're not going to get to do any work, but one of them is going to go up in a tower with a pencil. I'm going to guess it's, who's going to get to go up with a pencil? It's not going to be Frank. He can't write for shit, right? It's Frank. Frank's going to be the only one that gets to do anything. But anyway, okay. What happens is we don't get to do much of anything. I count the loads each truck dumps, but some other guy counts them too. Frank sweep the floor of the garage, and when he finish, he sweep it again. Tom Pony stand out near where the trucks back up. He is supposed to wave them back and signal to them when to stop, which would be an important job, except that all the drivers, they been working here a long time, and they put the truck where they want it and don't pay no attention to Tom, except for a couple of them I think tried to run him over once or twice. They'll get used to you in a few days, said Gran, while she was packing us the biggest lunches I ever seen, with sandwiches made with real ham and fresh tomatoes. We only been here a couple of weeks, and already Tom Pony looked like he has put on weight. Good move for Tom Pony. Yeah, very dick move of all these guys, of course. You just seem a little strange to them, Gran went on. Once they get to know you, everything will be okay. Gran, she remind me of my ma, who has always believed in everything gonna be okay too, no matter how bad it get. They is plenty strange to us too, says Frank. Don't nobody ever think of that. Very fair, Frank, very true. Gunderson, he have all the men except us sign their names on a paper sheet that he gonna send us to the head office, of the mine, so they have to get rid of us. But the paper, it never got sent, because that afternoon, Gunderson have his accident. Brace yourselves, folks. I was way up in the tower, so all I could do was watch. Gunderson is back his truck up to the edge of the pit, but he come up real fast to try to scare Tom Pony, and go a few feet too far, and the rock start to crumble away from under the back wheels. He tries to pull forward, but all that keeps the truck from going down is the forward pull of the wheels. Jump, yells the foreman, but Gunderson is all tangled up and hangs there like a monkey on a stick I seen once at the Royal American shows at the Panoche Stampede. Some say that Gunderson got his overalls caught on the gear shift, or that he had his boot jammed under the brake. It depends who you listen to tells the story. But he is sure one long time getting out of that cab. What happens next, I don't believe if I don't see. Tom Pony been waving him back, and he is right at the edge looking at where the rock breaking away. Afterward, everybody say how Tom is a hero and all, and what a good Indian he is because he saved Gunderson's life, even though he is trying to get Tom fired. I don't think Tom even knew who was in the cab. But I put myself in his place and figured that if that truck go over, guess who gonna get blamed, the Indian or the driver? I figured Tom was more trying to save our jobs than anything else, but I never tell anybody else that. It's funny how people, even big tough ones like Gunderson and his friends, like to believe in heroes. And I gotta say, he's right. If Gunderson goes down, stuck or not stuck, if the truck goes down, if Gunderson's in it or not, they're gonna blame the guy whose job it was to stop him, even if it was Gunderson's fault he wasn't actually listening to him and being a dick and all. They would totally have blamed Tom Pony. But here we go. Tom Pony, he get right out on the edge of the pit, dig in his foot, and push against the wheel of the truck. I only heard about someone show strength like he did then. He'd never seen it. He'd only heard it. On the reserve, they tell about one time Moses Lewis rolled his Volkswagen on top of himself, and Mrs. Lewis, she picked it up off him because she was the only one around, and if she didn't, he'd have died. Jump, the foreman keeps yelling, and someone is climb up and pull on Gunderson's one leg that hangs out the door, but no one goes back to help Tom Pony. He just pushes against the back wheel, and from way up here, where I am, I can tell that for a few seconds that truck stops crawling backward. Those few seconds give Gunderson enough time to untangle, and finally he is jumped clear. Tom Pony ain't so lucky. He got no place to jump clear, and the rig goes over the bank and takes Tom with it. That night we all sit around the bar down to the Timberline Hotel in Hinton. Gunderson is our best friend now, and so is just about everybody else. They sure buy us a lot of beer and say what good guys we are. They didn't do anything. It was Tom. Gunderson say that there should be a memorial of some kind for Tom Pony, even if they never going to be able to get his body up out of that burning pit. He passed the hat around the bar and collect a whole lot of bills, mostly 10s and 20s. We're going to buy a stone and put it on the side of the hill by the mine entrance for everybody to see, Gunderson say. Everybody is some happy. Hey, partner, Frank say to me. They figure if they buy us enough beer, it gonna bring Tom Pony back to life? Another cutting line from Frank. Me and Frank went with Gunderson the next morning down to the tombstone place. Gunderson talked to a man in a suit and a bright red tie who pointed out the different stones in the yard. This here's the best we can get for the money we got, Gunderson says, finally pointing at a shiny black stone with what looked like little flecks of gold in it. It's okay with me, I say. It'd be better if we give the money to Tom Pony's mother, but I don't say that. What do you want on it? Say the man in the suit. Why couldn't we just take the stone back with us to Hobama, say Frank. We could take it on the bus. I buy it a ticket myself and it can sit beside me just like Tom Pony did on the way down. Again, Frank with just hell of a line. I was trying to think of what to put on the stone. His name, said the man. Tom Pony. Thomas? No, just Tom. Date of birth? Frank and me looked at each other. He was 18, I said. You want an inscription? You get up to 6 words free. I couldn't think of anything for a while. Then I remember Mr. Nichols' last lecture to us. Panache, I say. What's that? Said the tombstone man who was making notes with a pencil and scribbler. It's what I want on Tom Pony's tombstone. Panache. I had to spell it for him about 6 times before he got it right. What is it anyway? Some kind of Indian word? Yeah, I think it is, I say. The end. So there's Panache. It's a cutting one. It's a toughie. But it's beautiful. It's not a frickin' Indian word. It's a French word. But you say that. Yeah, I think it is. Because like Mr. Nichols said, he said that those chiefs had more panache than the knights. And Tom Pony sure had lots of it. Is what they're saying. It's beautiful. There you go. That's the end of the sad one. So let's throw some freaking other redeems in here. Oh, Josh Red. Thank you for coming in. Let's give a little shout out for Josh. Yay. We Cubs are here to get head pets. Oh, thank you. I appreciate you. Just missed the end of our story. And that's perfectly fine. You came in at a great time. Didn't know he was just 18. So sad. Yeah, most of those boys, the whole little team, they were young men. 18-year-olds, that little group. Thank you, Josh. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Welcome in. Thanks for bringing your little crew in. How was your stream? I hope it was good. We're gonna do redeems now. I'm gonna be sticking around later because of my lack of stream earlier. Just so you guys know, I'm not trying to rush out. I'm gonna be here. If you didn't know, I still have 2 more stories. Young men fair, but 18? Oh, man. Yeah, well, hey, little Margaret was 18 too, but you weren't here for that one, I think. I think you missed that one, didn't you? Anyway. Yes. I was getting sleepy doing ASMR. Oh, you were doing ASMR too? Freaking heck. Well, hey. Yeah, it can sometimes do the backfire. I was probably then. I might be asleep by the end. Very fair, Fetster. Go ahead and go to sleep if you want to go sleep. I has no problems. I know these stories. I'm happy to defend them and myself. Can leave you some raid targets in the Discord. Sound great. Thank you very much. Okay, so we'll do mic arm sharpening and then card dealing. That sounds great. Thank you, Crummy Water. Thank you very much. Let's do some mic arm. Let's put that one. That's the first one, right? Here we go. Oh, come on. Can't hear me very well. I'm leaning forward to type. Mic arm. I hate how there's like no space. There we go. Sharpening. Well, that's not how you spell that. There you go. Okay. Alright, we'll do that. I hope everyone is doing well. That's a very good question, Dumda. How is everyone doing? I'm going to do sharpening. You just recovered from your fest? Well, I'm glad you're recovered now. That's good. I'm going to move the mic. It might be very loud. Just warning. Let's see. Okay. Alright, there you go. And now we're going to do the mic arm sharpening. Here we go. Okay, I'm moving it back. A little bit creaky, but not bad. And I'll have to move it right back down for card dealing, but it's a different position than the sharpening sound. So now we're going to do card dealing. If we've got any other redeems, go ahead and drop them in. If not, then we'll move on to the next story. It's up to you guys. I'll tell you that this one has a silly name, and we have fun with that. um, but then also, it's here and there about, yeah. That last one was different. Which one? Last one? Last sharpening or last story? Can you guys sing a frog in? Well, yeah. Yeah. Do you want to use redeems or are you out of ribbits? Sharpening. Oh. Yeah, because it's mic arm sharp. How? I don't know. I don't know what was different. I did everything pretty much the same. I don't know. I'm intrigued. I will have to re-watch it or something to analyze. Oh, you haven't heard. Okay, yeah. So I use a fake knife sharpening sound because if I keep sharpening the knives I only have a couple, and the rate at which people were requesting knife sharpening was a lot. So to protect my knives and to keep me from cutting myself accidentally, it was a good move. So we use a fake sharpening sound, and sometimes I bring the real sharpening in. But now people tend to do the fake one. Oh, toasted coconut. Toasted coconut. Nice. Okay, so card dealing now. Here we go. Moving mic. That's not necessary. No, that's very nice though. I can't imagine how you get. Thank you though. That's very sweet. Sorry. Okay. Now it's the cards. Singing frog. Okay, coming back. Alright. Oh, squeaky. Singing frog next. Oh. Ah, there we go. Singing frog. He has been very popular today. He's gotten a lot of play. We're gonna wear down his nubs very quickly. That's how you play a singing frog. He's got the little nubs, the ridges on his back, and I'm gonna wear him down. His nubs are gonna be non-existent soon. There we go. Nubless little frog. Can't go do that. Alright, here he is. everybody seems to like his croaks. Everybody does. Not just you. He's got good croaks. He's got good. Okay. There we go. Oh, poor UFO, everything you do shines brighter than a collection of all the stars in our galaxy. Remember that shit? That's such a sweet message. And I appreciate the swearing. I like, for whatever reason, the aggressive positive sometimes is cute. Sometimes. Too much of it, it's like too much. But yes, share that to everybody. It is a great thing. It's so sweet to say that to folks. That's so cute. I full-heartedly agree. And back to you. No, you. You know, where is he? Where's the little? Yeah. No, you. Okay. Aw, he's so cute. You're so sweet. Aw. I hope everyone else feels very nice about that. Okay. Very little. That's a cute little guy. I like the art on her. It's cute. Okay. Now we have our second to last story. It's another classic. Will you remember? Gooch. Brace yourselves, folks. I know it has a different meaning, but in this story, it's a person's name. So have some fun with that. Okay. It's our second to last story of the stream, and so whenever we finish is when we finish. I'm not so stressed. Oh, jeez, I forgot. Yeah. Okay. There you go. Chaos. Okay. Scroll back. Scroll back. Goodness. It might be a slightly long one. We'll see how long this one is. Okay. I'm excited. Okay. Alright. This one was fun last time. I know it's not terribly silly. It ends kind of tense, I think, is what it ends up. But I'm excited to read it. Because it was very entertaining last time. Everyone was telling me what it means. Gooch. And yet it is a person name in this time, so we're gonna have some fun. Know you back again. Everybody is for everybody, so the know yous bounce in every direction to the everyone. It's perfect. Okay. Alright, here we go. Gooch. I heard there was Indians here, he said. He is look around the inside of the pool hall at Hobama Crossing and try and get his eyes used to the dark after come in from the sunlight. I went so Oh, bored. Oh, bored. that was I'm glad you caught yourself there. Okay. Yeah, focus. He's look around, coming in from the sunlight. Yes. We just heard the south-going bus. Oh, no. Sorry, yawn. We just heard the south-going bus stop outside on the gravel, and we guess that is where he come from. Oh, you're fine, Dum-Dum. There is about 2,000 Indians live around here, say Robert Coyote, who's lining up the pink ball on the table next to ours. Then I guess there be room for one more, the new guy says. They call me Gooch. And he hold out his hand to me 'cause I am the closest Indian to the door. Silas, I say. He got a grip like a muskrat trap. This here's Robert and Ethan. I point to the two guys playing snooker, pool. And these is Paul Cutknife, Sandra Coyote, and Sadie One Wound. I point out the three people play on the same table with me. Gooch, he ain't shy with strangers like most Indians, but he ain't pushy either. He just act like he been one of us all his life, and he is the kind of person can get away with do something like that. Gooch is tall and lean, and his muscles bulge like links of logging chain. Oh yeah, I remember why. Compare the way that Silas describes his girlfriend to how he describes Gooch. And I'm like, Silas, are you a little foodie? Are you that foodie? I'm here for it. Okay, anyway. Gooch is tall and lean, and his muscles bulge like links of logging chain. His hair is long and wild, his eyes wide apart, his bottom lip been split pretty bad from a fight, I'd guess, and he got big gaps in his face where he lost some teeth someplace. He be a mean-looking Indian, until he is smile. Then it is like parts of his face move and change places with each other, and it is just like when the sun come up in the morning. I mean, listen to that. He described his girlfriend as, like, skinny, sharp features, and pretty enough, essentially. And then that he likes how she feels when she holds him and stuff. But then, like, he's describing Gooch as the sun in the morning. He's comparing his smile to a sunrise. Like, this is just... I love it. And he's not done either. He got big, rough hands and tattoos on both his arms. And he also, as soon as he shook his hand, was like, he got a grip like a muskrat trap. He's immediately telling us all the cool things about Gooch. He's talking about how he just is immediately one of them. And I get to a degree he's just cool. But then calling him Sunshine. Okay. So he got big, rough hands and tattoos on both his arms. A snake and a knife on one, a motorcycle on the other. Say Lone Wolf underneath it in red ink. I'm a Tlingit Indian, come all the way from Alaska, he tell us. So what, say Paul Cutknife, who don't like the way his girlfriend Sandra Coyote is looking at this strange dude. This sort of surprised us, 'cause Paul, he usually don't have much to say to nobody. He been Sandra's boyfriend for a year or so. He has spent most of his time up on the side of the hill above our cabins, carved totems from big trees he cut down. He even sold one to the Sundance retirement home in Wetaskiwin. Paul is small and slim built. He got black-rimmed glasses and his ears stand out from his head some. Like, almost every time, Silas roasts somebody to some degree. Like, he roasts Gooch a bit about him being beat up and having holes in his face, you know, where he's missing teeth, but, like, still. So muskrat traps hurt if you step in them. Yeah, so he's got a heck of a grip. So it's very tight grip, he's saying. Anyway, okay. Alright, so him and Sandra, Paul and Sandra, ain't promised or nothing. I don't even know if they sleep together when they get the chance. Hey, partner, I don't mean you no harm, Gooch says to Paul. Last thing I want is trouble. I just got out of the joint down to Fort Saskatchewan. 90 days for possession of stolen property. He laughs some, and it is a nice, friendly laugh. I was walking down the street in Edmonton carrying this here TV set I'd just liberated from a motel room when the cops come along. It was 2:30 in the morning. Even I get myself in some spots I can't talk my way out of. I done time too, Robert Coyote says, and they talk some about that. I look over at Paul, and he has hold his face so tight I can hardly see where his mouth should be, so he's putting away his lips. Gooch never stopped talking, and pretty soon everybody is laugh a lot at some of his stories. He pays for our pool games, buys cokes for us all, and cigarettes for the girls. Sandra Coyote misses all her shots 'cause she has never take her eyes off Gooch's face. Ooh-hoo-hoo, ooh-hoo-hoo. Hey, yeah, sometimes jail time happens. It's also that's a fairly common thing. I mean, if the police really hate you and they're gonna go after you for whatever, it's pretty chill. Like, I did barely anything, and of course they take me away. And they're gonna put me in jail for the smallest things. I might as go for what I want. Also, like, it's just the culture that you might have bumped into if you were there then. It makes sense. Okay. Gooch means wolf in my language, he says, looking right back at Sandra. That's me, a lone wolf, all right. And then again, just another time, Silas is going to describe him because he's getting way too specific. He is wearing jeans with a wide leather belt that got a silver buckle with a pale blue stone of some kind about 2 inches square set in it. He got a denim vest and a purple cowboy shirt with the sleeves rolled up and open most to his waist. So to be fair, Gooch is walking around with his shirt way open, his chest way out. And his boots, boy, they is the fanciest pair I ever seen, hand-tooled with silver toe caps, must have cost $200. We also know Silas likes his shoes. He wants fancy boots. And he never gets to have his fancy boots because things always happen to his fancy boots plans. It's unfortunate. So he's also really into shoes. I love Silas. Anyway, okay. Go ahead, go sleep. Go sleep well, Cage. Take care. Somebody tuck that friend in. Donda, do the tuck. Okay. Thank you very much, Cage. Take care. Sleep well. All right. A guy like me needs a good pair of boots, he say after I tell him how much I like them. Sometimes I got a lot of kicking to do, and sometimes, too, they is about all I got to be proud of. That and just being a man. What a phrase. That's what my old man always used to tell me. Like, the way it's written is that just being dash a man. So it's supposed to have that little dramatic. Thank you for that, Dum-Dum. You're tucked in now, Cage. Okay. That's what my old man always used to say to me. He got drunk and walked off a pier one night, found him floating like a rat in a well the next morning. Dark, okay. I never go looking for trouble, but it sure seemed to come looking for me. We all go over to the cafe, and Gooch buys us hamburgers and stuff. Only Paul Cutknife insists on buy his own. Paul been trying to get Sandra to leave all afternoon. Sandra is good looking. She been most of the way through high school, too. She got long dark hair kind of combed down across one eye. Her nose is straight and her eyes big and black. She looked like maybe she be related to some of them Indian chiefs I got in a picture book from the Wetaskiwin Library. She is wearing a red blouse under her jean jacket that show her nice breasts, and her blue jeans is tight enough to make guys look over their shoulder at her. Proof we're allowing Gooch in this chat. Good guy, Gooch. Yes. Hi, Fudgy-tater. In this, it's a name. It's fair. You can say Gooch for now. Okay. Proof here that Silas isn't perfectly fruity. Obviously, he's also given Sandra a good deal of. Yeah, she's pretty too. But Silas likes Gooch too much. I tell you guys, he just loves him too much in his description. Okay. Gooch, he tells stories on himself. He don't brag about all the things he done, yet I bet he could if he wanted to. I like him. First time I shipped out from Alaska on a freight boat to Seattle, I was maybe 16, and I don't speak no English at all, only Tlingit. By the time I get to Seattle, all I know how to say is yes and no. This is a great story. A bunch of us is sitting in a bar in Seattle when this big guy come up and yells something at me. I figure I don't want no trouble, so I better agree with him, so I say yes. Well, that big bugger knocks me off my chair and puts the boots to me. A couple of guys pull him off, or he'd like to have killed me. What he'd said to me was, "Anybody here looking for a fight?" And I'd said yes. That ain't all, though. Next time we were in the bar, the same guy comes up to me and yells again. I sure don't want him after me again, so I say no. Well, he knocks me down again, and I have to be rescued again. What he'd said was, "Didn't you get enough of a beating last time?" I made up my mind right then that I was going to learn to speak English real good. I love that little anecdote. That's a cute one. Well, I mean, if a girl walked in with a tight pair of pants, who wouldn't look? I mean, various reasons to not. But anyway, okay. He tell lots more stories, too, about work in the lumber camps in Washington, being in jail in Alaska, and how his white foreman's wife chased after him when he worked on a ranch in the Caribou. Ooh. You guys figure I can get a place to stay around here? I got money, and he tapped the back pocket of his jeans. I had a few bucks when I was arrested, and what with me being American and all, they was supposed to deport me for being a crook. I talked them into a one-way ticket to Fairbanks. They trusted me to go. I cashed in the ticket in Edmonton, and here I am. I've been figuring that we could put him up at our place. Why would you want him at your place, Silas, unless you want him? Why are you taking him in your house? You got a bunch of kids at your house. Could no one else take him? What the heck, Silas? I'm sorry, I'm just saying. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Right? To be fair, he was a kid. He said he'd first come down to Seattle at 16. So, yeah. Silas has a plan. I tease. Of course he doesn't, but it's like, I want to read between these lines and make it gay. Make it bi. It's like, I'm sorry, you can't go saying that some random person that you just met has a smile like sunshine and not have me notice. Okay. It was a reference? Oh, I'm sure it was, but I'm like, I will always forget it, and I will always just tell the story first. My brain will not pick up on it at first. Okay. Yes, buddy. Oh, sorry. There's lots of room at our place, say Sandra Coyote. Robert's going on the rodeo tomorrow, and you can have his bed. Paul Cutknife, stomp out, slam the door, make the plates jump on the table. 'Cause, yeah, if you stay at Sandra's place, then Paul's gonna be real upset. Honestly, that's the biased thing I've heard. I mean, men can find other men handsome, you know. It's very true. It's very true. But at this point, he's probably being very repressed. They don't talk much about the gay. I don't think any of our stories have talked about two-spirit folk yet in these stories. It's very reasonable to think that they're being very anti-gay and shushing it away. So, you know, I have a little, you have to read between the lines when they try and suffocate it away, you know. Anyway, okay. So Paul got very dramatically upset. Wait, he's in the rodeo? Nope, he gay. Silas has gone to the rodeo. I don't think he's done much of the rodeo stuff. Rufus? I think Rufus, maybe Ethan, one of the first writers, they do a lot of rodeo, but all of them live close enough and, you know, in and around that they do sometimes. It's true. Let me just say this. Descriptions are detailed. Yes. His descriptions are detailed. Very detailed. With some people. Some people he does not. He knows how to call people very ugly. He has done it before. And he's gonna call this man, who is missing teeth, sunshine. Anyway, okay. Focus, Raven. So Paul has made a big dramatic exit at the idea of Gooch staying with Sandra. And Silas has already kind of said that he would, I guess. Hi, I'm Evolutions. Hello. Maybe it'd be better if I go with Silas, Gooch say to Sandra. I don't want to make no trouble for you. He got his hand on her shoulder when he say this, and I can practically see Sandra Coyote's knees wobbling when she is talking to him. We're talking about a man named Gooch, and he is lovely. Heart wants what it heart wants. It's true. Okay. We ain't married or nothing, says Sandra. She's fully letting him go along. Power to you, Silas. He's not gonna be. We've already read this story, but I want to see it. Anyway, okay. It seems funny to me that none of us guys is mad at Gooch for the way he moves in and makes himself at home. Some people got a special way about them, and he is one of those. I must be getting old, said Gooch. Another time when that little guy gave me the evil eye, I'd have wiped the floor with him and then looked around to see who minded. I was trying to stay out of a fight back there. Robert Coyote likes Gooch too, and if Robert says something is okay, then the rest of us think so too. Robert is strong and mean, rides in the rodeos, been to jail, and he is also Sandra's big brother. If she wants to be Gooch's woman, that's her business, not mine. I wish her luck, says Robert, as we walk up the hill from town to our cabins, which implies that Silas was asking him about Gooch and such, but anyway. I try to figure out how I might feel if it'd been my girlfriend Sadie that is get all hot for Gooch. I would sure feel bad, but I don't think I make any trouble. I don't think you can make somebody love you with your fists or a gun. Very sweet, but also maybe because you can't blame her. I'm just gonna say it. Anyway, okay. A week or so later, Gooch, he went into Otascoin, got himself a job first try, run a road grader for the Department of Highways. Nice. You gotta be confident, he tells us guys that night. First time I ever got a construction job, I just walked into a camp in Alaska, told them I was the best goddamn heavy equipment operator they ever laid eyes on. Come on, Raven. I couldn't even find the ignition on the machine they gave me, but I got to mess with it for 3 hours before they ran me off. Next camp, I lasted a whole day, until I couldn't find the brake and drove a cat, the big caterpillar, into a gravel pit full of water. But I learned. Now, when I tell them that I'm the best, I ain't lying no more. I mean, good for you, Gooch. One Saturday night, we borrow Louis Coyote's pickup truck so a bunch of us can go to town, drink beer for a while, then go to the dance at Blue Quill's Hall at Hobama. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna sneeze. I'm gonna mute. Oh my god. My model really panicked there. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Okay. Alright. Focus. Okay. Alright, so they're taking the truck. They're gonna go. Thank you, Pudgy. How about if I drive, say Gooch. I used to race stock cars down in Washington. You got a driver's license? What kind would you like? And he pulled out a whole wallet full of cards. I got Alberta, BC, Washington, Alaska, and Northwest Territories. Names a little different on each one. If I go to the city, I draw welfare on some of them, and unemployment on my own name if I can get it. When you live by your wits like I do, you take everything that you can get. He stops and laughs that big long laugh of his. The way he says that big long laugh of his, even that feels like you love his little laugh. That whatever of his means that you're very close in your mind. So like my guy, Silas, I'm calling it. Okay. And Northwest Territories, that's the super rare card. Yeah. You may say that, but like actually the territories have a lot less people up there, so it is kind of rare, especially in the 70s. And he's bouncing around, but he is a Tlingit, so like that's less surprising. I'm surprised he's got Northwest Territories in Alaska, but not the Yukon, because we've talked about the Yukon. We've read that one. We've read different stories with that. Anyway, okay. All right. He gets the long laugh of his. There we go. Got caught once. 4 months for fraud. Was supposed to be deported that time, too. At the dance at Blue Quills, Paul Cutknife is pretty drunk and stagger around the hall, which ain't usual for him. In fact, I never know Paul to drink hardly at all. "You took my woman," he say, and he swing his fist at Gooch. Gooch knocks him right across the hall with a couple of punches. Some farmers on the other side stand Paul up and push him right back at Gooch, who has shoved him down on the floor out of the way, 'cause by now there's a real good fight starting. Frank Fence Post, here we go, done a little war dance and hit one of the fat farmers that picked up Paul, because Frank just wants some chaos. "Those two boys are fighting? Hey, let me in on this." Anyway, okay. Pretty soon everybody is push and shove some. Frank get up on the little bench that is run along the side of the hall. "Let's take us some scalps," he yell and jump right in the middle of everybody, because frickin' hell, of course you do. Please stop saying that, Frank. Gooch is the toughest guy in Letterkenny. Essentially. Okay. "Let's take us some scalps," he yell and jump right in the middle of everybody. Boy, it is the best fight we had in a long time. Gooch and Ethan Firstrider toss farmers all over the hall until the RCMP guys is come. Then everybody gets quiet and start to dance some, which in my head, all these guys that were fighting start dancing with each other so that it's all men dancing together in my head. Anyway, okay. They all dance some, and except for a little blood on the floor and a few spots up the wall, nobody ever know there been a fight at all. Everyone is surprised when Gooch, he keep his job for maybe 3 months, 'cause he been tell us how he one time had 20 jobs in 1 year and how he never stay in one place for more than a few weeks. "This ain't a bad place, Silas," he say to me one day. "I've been thinking about settling down here. I've been on the road for 9 years now, running from place to place like the wolf I am named for. Sandra's a good woman, and I like maybe to get us a place of our own. Guess not being a Cree, I couldn't build here on your reserve, but maybe we get a place in Wetaskiwin, or maybe right here in Hobama. The people here are pretty good, Silas. I make some friends. There's only Paul Cutknife get all hot and bothered about me. Usually it is the other way about. I maybe got one friend and everybody else is want me to go. I wish sometimes that I could fight like Gooch, but I don't really mind that I can't. What I do wish is that maybe I could dance like him, because of course you like his dance. Oh my gosh. I watch him dance one night at Blue Quills with my Sadie One Wound, and I say to Sandra, that Gooch is some dancer. Girls can tell a lot about a guy by dance with him, Sandra say to me. Some guys, even if they smart or got big cars, they make a girl feel uncomfortable because they ain't sure of themselves. When I dance with Gooch, I just relax. I don't have to think. All I have to do is dance, because Gooch knows exactly what he's doing. And it's the same with everything about him, Silas. And she give me the prettiest smile. Nothing's a secret for very long on the reserve. Pretty soon everybody is know that Gooch and Sandra are going to get their own place. Maybe even get married, some people say. Paul Cutknife hardly come out of his cabin for quite a few days. Gooch, he walks rough and laughing. His joy is to be alive. They're so cute. Anyway, he walked through the little rooms of our cabins like he was still outside. And like my ma say, when Gooch is around, you know there is a man in the house. One evening, Gooch, he takes Louis Coyote's pickup to town to buy groceries at the Safeway store. About 11 p.m., there's a little knock at my door. A little knock at my door, and Gooch slip inside. I'm in some trouble, Silas. Paul Cutknife went to the RCMP, told them about how I was supposed to be deported. They pulled me over on the highway a while ago, and they want a warrant, and they got a warrant for me. I shouldn't have, I know, but I blew up. I cold-cocked one of them Mounties and split into the bush while the other one was shooting at me. I walked back the equipment yard and hot-wired one of the Department of Highways pickups. I got it stashed in the bush at the foot of the hill. If the Mounties ain't been here already, they will be soon. I want you to go over to Coyotes and get Sandra. If we can get to Calgary, they won't find us for a while. Just as I'm about to go out the door, he puts his hand on my arm, and that mean face of his break up in a smile. Okay. I thought it was going to be okay here, but I guess trouble followed me like a can tied to my tail. I go over to Coyote's cabin. I tell Sandra that Gooch's wait for her at my place. Paul is there. I guess he must have told Sandra what he done. The Mounties gonna get him, Sandra. Stay with me, says Paul. Sandra's wrapping up a few of her clothes in a white shirt she wears sometimes, tied in a bow across her belly. She don't answer him. He ain't no good. He get drunk lots. He be mean to you. You went for him at the dance, say Sandra. I never been drunk before, or since. I figured if I could fight him, you might... I gotta go. He'll leave you first chance. Maybe. You'll be sorry if you go. We made a baby, Gooch and me. Paul Cutknight's face sort of break up like a cup been dropped on the floor. He run out of the cabin, leave the door hanging open. I don't know what he going to do, but I sure hurry Sandra over to our place. I don't know if I imagine it or not, but I think I can see where her belly bulged a little bit over the top of her jeans. I'm sorry, babe, Gooch says. If you don't want to go, I understand. You're in trouble because of me. I don't quit you now. I only got $20 or so, but I hand it to Gooch. Sandra drawing her breath real sharp, and there is Paul in the doorway. He is coming for Gooch, and the big blade of his carving knife is shine in the lamplight. They circle each other a bit. My brother Hiram runs up to the door. Cops is coming, he say. I'm gonna kill you, say Paul Cutknife. Very, very pointed knife name now. You remember this now? Oh boy. I'm gonna kill you, say Paul Cutknife. You'll be dead by the time the Mounties get here. Make your move, say Gooch. Paul has his back mostly to me as I take a plate off the table and smash it on the floor. Paul turns to look at the noise, and Gooch has him. So here's Silas, fully trying to protect him at every turn. He's given him money to run away. He's rushing his girl. Like, I know Silas is probably just being a great, nice guy, but my guy... What great foreshadowing. Yeah, I mean, right? And lack of foreshadowing, because then he doesn't cut knife. He brings the knife, but he doesn't use it. Anyway, okay. Because he stops him. Paul has back to me. I take the plate off the table, smash on the floor. Paul turns to look. Gooch has him. Yes. He trips his feet out from under him, and they roll a couple of times on the floor. Gooch bites into Paul's arm as he pushes his knife hand down, and the knife comes free. Gooch pushes it over to me, and I put it in my belt. Get out, Gooch says to Paul as he lets him up. Gooch never hurt him except to do what he had to get the knife from him. So he gave him a bite, but he didn't do much more. I wonder if I'd be so easy on him if he turned me into the RCMP and tried to kill me. Paul runs out the door and across the clearing, holding on to the arm that'd been bit. The RCMP car is almost up to the cabins. Help me any way you can, Silas, Gooch says as he and Sandra disappear around the side of the cabin. I go out and act real scared for the RCMP. If you guys looking for Gooch, I say, he's over to Coyote's cabin, but be real careful, he's got a couple of rifles. Here we go. It's still tough right now, guys. We're not out safe yet. Okay. They shut off all their lights quick and go sneak off in the dark toward Coyote's cabin. I mean, the Mounties ain't on horses? Ha ha ha. Not now. Not now. I take Paul, so they're going to that cabin. I take Paul's oh my gosh, stop. I'm filling in Paul cut knife and the knife. It's just Paul's knife. Okay. I take Paul's knife and first cut off the cord to their radio microphone, then poke holes in both front tires. So they ran on foot. He's ruining the car. I hear the pickup roar from down at the foot of the hill, and away it goes on the road to Hobama. I start to breathe easy. There's still 3 paragraphs. Don't breathe easy yet. Then, from high up in the trees, up where Paul Cutknife does his carving, come rifle shots. In the dark, I can see the little scarlet flashes like a snake flick his tongue. The pickup goes down off the left side of the road, travel in the ditch for a while, then come back up and across, and end up pointing down at the slough. I can hear the RCMP guys' boots on the gravel as they run up toward the rifle fire. The shots just keep coming and coming. Little red flashes are close together, and I can hear the bullets keep crash into the truck. The headlights make funny colors on the slough water, like the northern lights do sometimes in the sky. The end. They don't even tell us what happens to Gooch, and this is the last story in the book. It is the rudest freaking cliffhanger. It's aggressive. And we didn't get any new info in the Moccasin Telegraph. It's not the very next book, and I don't know if they ever, hardly any of the other stories ever give a wrap-up. Yeah, it's awful. The cliffhanger is just aggressive. Can you believe it? Gooch, no! I know, guys. Gooch and Sandra, and then, I'm also thinking Paul firing up from the trees. The RCMP they're going towards the rifle fire. So they're pointing towards the Paul in the tree, and Paul's pointing towards the truck. It's a lot. It's a lot. He's shot a few times and they got him, but yes. Yes, Gooch. You missed it, SCP Foundation researcher. It's a hell of a story. It's a tough one. We just finished it. Sandra was in the car too, and she has her baby bacon in her belly. So it was a lot. We don't know how it went. We don't know. Yeah. We're concerned. Yep. But that's the end of Gooch. And with that, I will close that book because I'm not going to do that anymore. And the last story, the very last, is Where the Wild Things Are. This is not the nighttime story. It's still W.P. Kinsella. And we gotta figure that out. No, you can't take my frogs. You'll never find us anyway. Ha ha ha. It's pure speculation, of course. Tell us, Dumda, what do you think? We'll have to write to W.P. Kinsella to find out what he envisioned for it. But yeah. Okay. Alright, do we have redeems, or should I run straight into our last story? It's a silly time story. It's very chill. You bet that Sandra died and Gooch got away? You think he would just run after that? Oh, jeez. What about Paul? What happens to Paul? Because I would have guessed it's the opposite. I would have said that Gooch got hit, Sandra's grieving, and then Paul, something happens to Paul. We don't know. Well, no, not run. Okay, so he doesn't run, but he gets away. It's just awful. And, maybe Gooch got hit but didn't die. That's also a possibility. Smash. That's your trigger word? Smash. Most often people put a whole phrase, and that's perfectly fine, by the way. You don't have to just be a word. I mean, a man who had taken everything he loved away from... Yeah. Why? Because that makes for a good story? I think... It's such a long stream. Oh yeah, we're just a little bit extra long. We've only got one more story and then I'll be ending. I didn't do the stream earlier today. I felt bad, so I'm doing a little extra long. Glass jar tappy taps. We gotta do those. But I think Sandra is fine. You would be out of character. 3 hours. Damn. It's about to be 4. We're at 3:46. We're gonna, yeah. What's your out of character word? What's your word for that? Anyway, but I mean, we're all hanging on the stories. Yeah. The stories are so good. I love W.P. Kinsella. I'm so glad that I ended up with these 3 bookies. They're so good. Ooh. I could read the back of this book. I'm going to read the Where the Wild Things Are at the end, and the back of this book says, "Welcome to the crazy real world of Hobama." It's not real. It's a fictional reserve, but anyway, yeah. These 16 stories set on the Ermine Skin Reserve are tough and sensitive and funny. Stories about trust and belief, frustration and fighting back, and all about all kinds of love. Meet Silas Ermineskin, who tells the stories, his pal, the incorrigible Frank Fencepost, Mad Etta, the 400-pound medicine lady who dispenses wisdom from her tree trunk chair. We haven't met her yet tonight. If you haven't heard me read these before, she's great too. And their friends, families, and foes. W.P. Kinsella is the author of the award-winning novel Shoeless Joe. That's a baseball story. That's not one of these ones. This is the 4th collection of his Hobama stories. Moccasin Telegraph, that's this one. But Dance Me Outside is his first one, and that one was great. And then finally, witty, understated, emotionally loaded stories. They are literature, history, and entertainment. W.P. Kinsella and the Indians he writes about deserve all the readers they can get from Victoria Times. I frickin' heckin' agree. They are so great. Yeah, they're supposed to be in Alberta, in a... At least the stories are fake. I don't know if the reserve is fake. I haven't looked into it. But fictional stories about them in Alberta. Yeah. Okay, I need to do the glass jar tappy taps. That's what time it is. Here we go. And then we'll read our last story. Oh, the stories I just read were from like 1977-ish? 70s. That's when the first book was out. Moccasin Telegraph is early 80s. But here we go with Last Jar Tappies. There's hardly any space between some of these letters. I always do the double. Okay, here we go with the tappies. Still haven't been to Alberta yet. I want to go to Calgary eventually. Ooh! Yeah, I think that would be a nice trip. Because I thought, yeah, it's old. It's old, yeah. Okay, last jars. Here we go. Those are jar tappies. Yeah, I forgot that. Yeah, W.P. Kinsella, spelt Kinsella, if you want to find him. He passed away in 2016. I remember reading that when I was looking it up. I said we would have to ask him, but we can't. Yeah, unfortunate. But, oh, such great stories. Do we have any other redeems we want before the next and the last story? Anybody else? I'll hydrate. Oh, thank you for the follow. Is it Hugoso or Jugoso? Jugoso? Hugoso. Atsui. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for follow. Happy to have you. Little salute from Mask. Okay. Well then, I think I will prep for our final story. Well, you said it right. Them out. Is it Hugo? Is it Hugo still? He's got a lot of Native American storybooks though. Yeah, he does. He does the oh my gosh, the fictional reserve stories, and then the baseball stories. Yeah, first name is Spanish. Aha! This is the thing. Whenever people join, I'm like, I'm not sure how to pronounce it. Please add things, because I'm fully aware that you guys could be from frickin' anywhere, and even if you aren't from there, your names could be from frickin' anywhere. And I don't know when letters have different pronunciations. And J, it's pretty much two sounds, but it's two very different sounds. And I'm like, which one is it? When someone comes in here with an X, I'm like, I'm screwed. It could be anything. It could be silent. It could be CH. It could be SH. It could be an X, like a SK. Like, it's hard to know. It's hard to know. But yeah, J is pretty much only two. You think you're gonna get it because we all love Frank? Yeah, Fence Post Chronicles. I think I'll figure it out. I got the first book when I was reading from that one to you guys, The Dance Me Outside. I got that one from an online library. Funny Root and Pringles a bunches. Oh no, Ignis, what happened? What has happened to Ignis? The message is all screwy. I got that one online, and I think I'll have to get the rest of them online to read them all to you. The problem is that it never sells very well. People jump in, and my streams don't go very popularly because nobody else has this love. You guys gotta share some love for them. Tell everybody else to stick around. Actually listen to the story if you can, because it's so good. But oh well. Anyway, I do have the two books, and I'm not finished reading the Moccasin Telegraph to you guys. We have probably maybe one or two streams left worth of reading those ones from Moccasin Telegraph. And then we have Brother Frank's Gospel Hour. And it's got lots to it. Let's look at this one. Gospel Hour is a mix-up. Oh, Shoeless Joe is one of these ones. Oh, never mind. Oh, hey, wait a minute. The Fence Post Chronicles is in here. The story of the Fence Post Chronicles. Oh, no, these are all also by W.P. Kinsella. I misunderstood. Never mind. That's not the table of contents. That's the other books he's written. Don't read that. I have Bull, The Miracle on Manitoba Street, The Elevator, Iceman, Turbulence, Saskatoon Search, The Rainbirds, George the Cat, interesting, Conflicting Statements, Dreamcatcher, and Brother Frank's Gospel Hour. It looks like it's slightly longer stories in this book, and it'll be cool. But Fence Post Chronicles, we have to read. We have to read because it's Frank. It'll be chaos. We love it. Oh, my motto bounced around. And I've always been curious about Native American, in this case, Canadian society. Yes, you can say natives. When you say American, that's also not about like the country. It's about the continent, Native American. It's not referring to USA, Canada, Mexico. It's referring to the Americas, all of the Americas. When you do that, anyway. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we did our glass jar. Nobody else redeemed anything. So, here we go. Where the wild things are. Oh, wow. That was a mess. Okay. Where the wild things are. Okay. Oh, I'm excited. This one was a goofy time. I hope you enjoyed the goofy time. It involves Frank. It is projected, or it is propelled by Frank's nonsense. So this will be fun. Where the wild things are. Just, come on. And this includes me doing an accent, because we have some southern folks in the story. So you get to have lots of fun with Raven. Okay. Me and my friend, Frank Fencepost, we is walking down the main street of this town called Rocky Mountain House. We's laughing and taking turns pushing each other off the sidewalk and into the gutter when this big, long car pulls up beside us. Boy, you don't even have to see who's driving to tell it is owned by rich people. It is one of them Chrysler Imperials, the color of thick cream, and it been shined to within an inch of its life. There is a polite little whir as the power window on the passenger slide down, because it's the era of when power windows are a thing as opposed to, the manual crank windows. So, ooh, it's fancy. It's got electricity. Anyway, okay. A man with a square red face wearing a scarlet duck hunter's vest stick his head out. Can y'all tell us where we can find a good hunting guide? The man says. I already peeked at the front of the car and seen that it is from a foreign country called Alabama. Is not a country friend, nearly. Anyway. Frank, he first stopped laughing, so he was laughing. Then he turned his back on the guy in the car for about 3 seconds. As Frank turned around, he straightened up, look about 7 foot tall. And he comes back. And this I will not put on an accent for, but Frank is putting on an accent. If you can think of the most, I'm a serene native chief teaching you wisdom kind of voice, it's that bullshit. I implore you guys to find those kinds of TikTokers that make the comedy things about being native. It's a fun time, those guys. They have got some funny stuff. Anyway, okay. Wisdom. Yes. Okay. You are in luck, white man, Frank say slow and clear. I am fence post, chief of the Onagachis. We are mountain people, all born to hunt and guide. Frank keep his shoulders back and stare down on the guy who is looking out the car window. I have to turn away from laughing, to keep from laughing. I've seen Frank do this before. Trouble is, he never remember what tribe he say he comes from. No kiddin', you guys are really guides, say the man. And Onaguchi, immediately already messing it up. And Onaguchi does not lie, says Frank, raising up his right hand as if he was a traffic cop. Well, listen, we got our licenses and everything, but the law says we can't go out without a guide. And the guy who sold us the license says most of the guides are booked up. Once again, you are in luck, white man, my friend, standing silent in running water, and I have just finished guiding the famous Duke of Camrose for 2 weeks. But I warn you, we is expensive. Frank slap his right hand across his heart and stare even harder at the man. Well, money we got, but a guide we ain't. Consider yourself hired, right, Cal? Says the man at the window. Frank Onaguchi? Frank is ballin'. Onaguchi, I should have said. Onaguchi. Okay. 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 I focus. Okay. So the man at the window says that. And now, oh, no worries, Dumda. Goodbye, goodbye. Have a great day. Take care. Have a lovely time. Okay. The man driving, who is lean and wearing a cowboy hat that touched the roof, nod in agreement. I'm just standing by the front fender getting ready to run soon as Frank finishes his joke. I mean, we hunt gophers with a .22 rifle, and once in a while we shoot a partridge and bring it home, but neither of us like to clean it, and even if Ma does cook it up, don't taste nearly as good as Kentucky Fried Chicken. So they're not really hunters. They're not really here for this. What document proves a grizzly was born. A birth certificate. Thanks, Braddy. Welcome in with that nonsense. You'll have an awesome time zone. Have a long Gooch fence post. Jeez, that sounds so messed up, Dumda. Okay, I focus. Okay. Cost you $2,000 for a week. Genuine Onadachi guides. Again, changing the name a third time. Just came back from a long day swimming. Ooh, swimming, nice. But I bet you're real tired now. Yeah. Okay. Genuine Onadachi guides do not come cheap. This is his third version of whatever tribe. At least it starts with O each time. Ona, Anna, Anyway. From where I am, I can see both guys take deep breaths. Right, they say together. We want you to take us where the wild things are. 500 in advance, says Frank. Stand and look solemn. He stands and looks solemn. They is both silent for a minute. Then the guy at the window say, hop in the back. We'll stop at the hotel and get you the money. You silly. Okay. I expect Frank to break and run, but instead, he opened the back door and disappeared into the car. What the hell is he doing? And long live Gooch and Fence Post. I see. Oh yes, long live Gooch and Fence Post. I see you now. Okay. Okay. Okay, so he's disappeared into the car. Then his own window buzzed down and he crooked his hand for me to come closer. Come here, standing silent in running water, which is already different because, oh no, that one he got consistent. Standing silent in running water, he is managing to keep consistent for now. I know he changes that name a bunch later. Okay. Call me Sai, I say. Good assistants are hard to come by, Frank says real loud. Listen, standing in running water. He missed the silent there. I want you should go and visit our friend and fellow Onagachi. I think this is the first one that he said. He went back to the first pronunciation. Let's check. Onagachis, and now he says Onagachis. Never mind. He's going to keep changing. Tim? Is that cat Tim? He's a cool cat. But okay. That's his fourth version of his tribe name. Visit our friend and fellow Onagachi, Vern Gautier. I will meet you after I have finished my business. I go to say something, but Frank looks mean at me and says, I have spoken. Right, Chief, I say, and give him the traffic cop sign, which is just like the hand up nonsense. Frank winks at me as the window whir up and the car glide away from the curb. I know exactly what Frank is talking about. We got a good friend here in Rocky Mountain House, name of Vern Gautier, who really be a hunting guide. I know enough to go over to Vern's and wait for Frank. Frank must be planning just to grab the money and run. I sure ain't in the mood for no hunting trip, even if the pay is good. Frank, when he talking to them hunters, be talking the way Vern Gautier teached us. Hey, don't you never tell my old lady I said this, but guiding is about 90% babysitting. What other babysitter you know makes $1,000 a week? It is Vern who tell us, when you're talking to hunters, always make like you learned English from listening to Tonto on the TV. That way they figure they got the real thing for a guide. I never let a hunter know I've been for 1 year to the university. Another guide out here, he writes poetry, even had some of it printed up, but he never lets on when he's working. These Americans always have trouble with my name, so I tell them, call me Goat, and they always do. Makes me sound tough. You always got to keep an advantage over these guys. I amble over to Vern Gautier's place, which he about a mile outside of town. Okay, go ahead and lurk, go eep, mask, no worries. Vern got what he call a lodge, but is really just a glorified bunkhouse. Vern looked like a guide is supposed to. He is slim, got a cowboy hat low over his eyes, wear a leather vest, faded Levi's and boots. His face is weathered, his jaw square, and he squint up one of his eyes when he talks. You too have a lovely night, Mask. Eat well, sleep well. You guys don't have a license. Get in plenty of trouble if you work as guides. Hey, this is me, Silas. You don't have to talk like that way. Oh yeah, so he had done the voice there. Sorry, says Vern. I forgot who I was talking to. He laughed when I tell him how Frank got us the job. I'll loan you horses if you need them, and you can have some of my equipment if me or my men ain't using it. That fence post, he's gonna be prime minister one of these days. We love Frank. He really could be. As we talk, two vehicles pull into the yard. That mile-long Chrysler and a safari truck that looks stuffed into the gills with every kind of equipment you can imagine. Frank grinning out from the window of that Chrysler, and it's easy to see he stopped off at a store and spent some of our advance money. Instead of his green John Deere cap, he got on a black felt 10-gallon hat with an orange headband and a green feather wave up over the top. And he bought himself a thick orange blanket that he wrapped around himself. What we got here is fence post, chief of the Onagachis, I say to Vern. So Silas is going with the first version. Silas remembers the first version that he said. I'll buy that, he says, and walks over to the car. How? He says to the guy staring out the driver's window. How? Says Frank, knocking off his hat as he climbs out of the back. Instead of running shoes, Frank now wearing beaded moccasins that come up to most his knees. I introduce Vern to the two hunters. Cal is one, and Bobo's the other. Call me Goat, says Vern, shaking hands very solemn-like. Welcome to my lodge. I have one room left. Then he quote a price about twice as much as I know he let rooms for, 'cause he knows they're in a pinch. He. Cal and Bobo decide to take it. It really funny, but what they getting ain't half as nice as the Rocky Mountain House Hotel where they already got a room. It be that word lodge, and us Indians is what make them decide. You are wise men, Vern says to the hunters. You have hired the best guides. Goat will give you his best room. Very brave guide you have, he say, pointing to Frank. Us Indians call him kills many bears without fear, but he prefer more modest name of fence post, chief of the Onagachis, say Frank. Onagachis, I say. Very brave, says Vern. Very brave. And though his face is straight, I can tell his chest is laughing by the way he breathes. Hiya, Don. Hello. Oh my goodness. If you rewatch this one, you'll catch the British accent, because we started tonight's stream off with some British accents. You should have been here. Oh my goodness. Okay, I focus. Bobo, who is tall and lean and wearing blue tinted glasses and about $1,000 worth of hunting clothes, is an accountant. It was 4 a.m. at that time. I know you wouldn't have seen it, but I'm gonna upload the VOD and you'll be able to watch it. It'll be right near the front, so you won't have to watch it a bunch if you want to just watch that clip. Anyway, okay. And now I'm doing a southern accent because there's southern characters in this one. Anyway, okay. He's wearing blue tinted glasses of $1,000 worth of hunting clothes, is an accountant. Cal says he is a stockbroker, but when I tell him my papa one time worked at Weiler and Williams stockyards in Edmonton, he only laughed, because stockyards is not the same thing, buddy. But anyway. Are there really oh, wait a second. What have I done? Okay. Are there really bears around here? Asked Cal. Have no fear, says Frank. You have bravest guide in all of Northwest Territories, me. And I don't know if they are in the Northwest Territories right now, or, yeah, they're in Alberta. They're in Alberta, but he said Northwest Territories. That's kind of like, you know, the area way back when things were first established. Northwest Territories covered like the majority of Canada, to be fair. Anyway, okay. And he beat his fists on his chest. I thought we were in Alberta, says Bobo. That too, says Frank. Now, dawn is the best time for hunting.
Be ready 1 hour before dawn. Me and standing knee-deep in dirty water, which is the name he's giving Silas, but he had already said standing still in running water was his other name. So now he's got standing knee-deep in dirty water here. We'll meet you. In the meantime, you won't mind if we take the safari truck and collect our own supplies. The hunters look at Fern. He nods that it is okay. Never tell these suckers anything they don't need to know, Vern says to us in Cree. Always sound solemn, and never let on you're in trouble, even if you're hanging by one hand from a cliff and a grizzly bear is snapping at your ass. Then, to the hunters he say, Goat fry venison steak for supper. Very good. He makes smacking sounds with his lips. The hunters smile and nod. You have fire water? He says to them. They nod again. Bring inside. At Goats, you not only learn how to hunt, you learn how to drink. Boy, that safari truck got about 12 gears, and more than one of them is reverse. So when they drive that truck, they're on a bit of a learning curve. Okay, but once I get it up over 90, it stay there pretty good. We head back to Hobama, get our girls. Connie Big Charles is Frank's. Sadie One Wound is mine. And we head to the Alice Motel in Wetaskiwin, where we have us a real party with the money Frank got as an advance. Good thing the sun get up late this time of year, because it is morning already when we get back to Vern's lodge. Our hunters look a little worse for wear, so we have time to drink a cup of coffee with them before we head out. Where is your equipment? Is the first thing Bobo the account... Oh, sorry. What have I done? Where is your equipment? Is the first thing Bobo the accountant want to know. You got so much stuff here, partner, it didn't look like there was room for nothing more, I say, thinking real quick. Actually, we was at least gonna get some sleeping bags and borrow some field glasses, but we forgot because we was making such a good party. Us Onagachis live off the land. So Frank is back to the correct name again, but anyway, says Frank, acting like he is insulted by the question. You really know your way around this country? Says the... I keep forgetting for you guys. You really know your way around this country? Says the accountant, staring at the miles and miles of dark timber that be all around us. Know this land like the inside of my mouth, says Frank. The hunters nod, but I notice one of them is looking at the spot in Frank's face where he have a couple of teeth knocked out in a fight at the Alice Hotel bar. So he's already lost a couple of teeth when they were out partying. So he knows it like the inside of his mouth. His mouth that has very recently changed. Okay. The morning is misty and a mean little wind saw at us as we walk through tangled brush and over fallen trees to get to a ridge where we have a view of a wide valley. His mouth got updates. Yeah. Oh, I gotta start the snoozes. I keep getting distracted. Okay. That wind is really cold. That wind is really cold, says Bobo, scrunching up his shoulders. And strong, too. Keep eyes on sky, says Frank. You only have to worry when you see a dead elk drifting by. For once, a white man recognized a joke. You got a good sense of humor, Cal says. And the truth is, a joke like that is fairly typical with the southern humors. Like that's their kind of joke too. They would make the exact same joke, so they would be easy to recognize that particular one. Anyway, okay. And we've seen in other stories where Silas says they never get our jokes, but here they go. They got it. Okay. Goes with the territory, says Frank. A chief got to be smarter, braver, quicker. Look out! A dead elk! He then, shouted that. He yell and dive into a pile of brown leaves. I thought we were supposed to be quiet, says Bobo, who is lugging his rifle about 300 pounds of equipment, all look to be brand new. Not this close to the lodge, says Frank. I just trying to get you guys warmed up. Did you know it gets so cold out here in the winter we have to jump-start the wolves? Ain't that right, standing upright in a wet river? Call me Cy, I say, trying to keep a straight face. Every time he calls him another nonsense thing, and it's Cy. Anyway, okay. All last evening, and even this morning, I tried to talk Frank out of taking this job. I argue that we could head back to the reserve with what left of that $500 and be rich Indians for a week or so. But Frank, he got his eye on that other $1,500, and he figured it'd be easy to earn. Hey, there's so much game in the mountains, we just take them up there, and they bound to shoot something. But we don't know nothing about being guides. You never hear of on-the-job training, says Frank. Grin from ear... says Frank, grin from under that big black hat of his. I remember Vern telling us that the hardest part of being a guide is finding things to keep the hunters busy all day. 90% of your hunting is done at dawn and dusk, but there is one long time in between. If you play it smart, you let your hunters do the work, and you rest up, Vern told us. I am sure anxious for some rest because me and Frank ain't been asleep since yesterday. We get to the top of a ridge where there is a view of a wide valley. You guys take out your binoculars, I tell the hunters. Make yourselves comfortable by lying down in the leaves, and then you glass the opposite hills there, real slow and careful. See if you can't find us some elk or deer or even a moose. Me and the chief, we go down the ridge a ways and do the same. Don't you have glasses? Cal wants to know. Onahatchees, yet another version of the name, have eyes quicker than eagles, says Frank, squinting up his face. Look off at that far mountain. See a patch of blue timber halfway up? See log in front of blue timber? There are 3 squirrels sit in a row on that log. The hunters are quick to get their glasses out of their cases. What the hunters don't know, that we do, is that the animals all been out to eat at dawn, and we ain't likely to see them again until dusk. But glassing the mountains gives those hunters something to do. Me and Frank, we drag an air mattress out of the safari truck, and we get it up about 100 yards from Cal and Bobo. We lay down, prop our heads on our arms like we was staring across at the timber, and we fall asleep before you can count to 10. The mist has lifted, the sun is warm, and boy do we have us a good sleep for a couple of hours. We never see no game that day or the next, and our hunters, who say they have never been big game hunting before, are getting a little nervous. The 3rd day we talk Vern into loaning us each a horse. That way we can go higher and deeper into the forest. They have more of a chance of finding something to shoot at. We also decide that if we don't shoot no game by dusk, that we camp overnight. The hunters ain't as dumb as we would have expected. They do know the front end of a horse from the back, which is about all Frank and me know. The hunters assume we know all about handling and loading and riding horses, and we have to pretend that we do. You guys are a lot happier with horses than with a car, eh? Says Bobo. Oh yeah, we sure do like these here horses, we say. Guess they figure we must have rode pinto ponies bareback and all that stuff they see in the movies. No, they know the front end of a horse from the back. So good news, they know the front versus the back of a horse, which is about all that Frank and Silas know anyway, is what he said. Okay, they figure we must have rode pinto ponies bareback and all that stuff they see in the movies. Me and Frank, I bet, ain't been on a horse more than 10 times in our lives. And then we rode a couple of sway-backed grays belonged to Louis Coyote and must be 20 years old. One time on a dare, I entered the bucking horse event at the Rimby Rodeo. I stay on that horse all of 3 seconds, land right on my face in the dust, limp and be dizzy for about 2 weeks. So you definitely got a concussion, but anyway, okay. These here horses of Vern's sure ain't 20 years old, and they don't stand still so good even when you tell them to. Cal and Bobo know how to ride horses, and they tie their gear on a lot better than we do, even though I watch them and try to do what they do. We push up the mountain, Frank in the lead and me bringing up the rear. We get into high country, where the timber is thinner and so is the air, when about the worst thing that can happen does. Frank's horse stepped right down on a hornet's nest. The hornets rise up, look like big gold flies in the sunlight, and they start right in to bite both Frank and his horse. Well, that horse danced along the edge of the path, buck a few times like it is used to working the Calgary Stampede Rodeo. Frank, he yelled like he'd been murdered. It's hard to tell how far down it is because the brush and vines is mighty thick at the side of the trail. Cal and Bobo stopped, and they is turning their horses around. There's hornets buzzing all through the air. One must bite my horse because he all of a sudden start running backwards and sideways. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Frank's horse turn its belly toward the sun and send Frank off over the cliff in a blur of orange blanket and a loud yell. I wave my arms around and grab onto a sapling as we going by. Guess I didn't fasten the cinch up tight enough because the saddle started to slip down the side of the horse, and I slipped down with it. So he's sideways on his horse now. Pretty soon the saddle is on the underside of the horse, and I am too. I hang onto the saddle horn, and if I scrunch up, my head just misses the ground. That horse is dancing in circles for a while, and then I feel him running pretty fast. I sure do feel silly stuck upside down the way I am, but I ain't about to let go, 'cause the ground is hard and the horse's hooves even harder. Finally, I hear Bobo's voice talking soft to my horse. And then I can see Bobo's legs, and from the position he is in, I guess that he got a hold of the reins. "You can let go now, Si," he says. Boy, I is some scratched up from riding with my nose so close to the ground, and I sure do feel foolish to be rescued by one of the men we supposed to be guiding. Bobo look at me like a school teacher just caught me with answers written on my hand. "Where's Frank?" I ask. "How much experience have you guys had as guides?" asks Bobo. He is fingering a hornet bite on the side of his nose. "I ain't had that much," I say. I discover I got about 6 hornet bites on me, some in places I would never expect a hornet to get to. I'm just the assistant, chief fence post. He's the expert guide. "Some expert," says Cal, retying his gear behind his saddle. Just then, Frank come crashing out from the forest behind us. His blanket be full of blackberry canes, and his face looked like it been locked up in a bag full of cats. His face looked like it been locked up in a bag full of cats. It's just a great one. Okay. "Onondachis have the blood of ravens in their veins," he say, yet again changing the name. "First you see us one place, then we all of a sudden in another," and he nod his head up and down, try to smile. "Onagachis," I whisper. "Whatever," says Frank. "Well, fence post," says Bobo, "last we saw of your horse, it was heading down the mountain about 90 miles an hour. You're going to have to double with one of us." "Boy, if this day was a fish, I'd throw it back," says Frank, kind of resting his head on my shoulder. Then we head back to Vern's lodge. A great saying. There's a little break, and then we pick up again. "How much hunting have you guys done?" Oh, this is going to be a little bit longer. I'll send a quick 30-second ad because we only have 5 minutes. It's going to run. I have to make a break. Oh no, I'll do this first little bit and then there's another break. Okay, so how much hunting have you guys done? Oh no, wrong guy. How much hunting have you guys done? I asked Cal and Bobo at supper that evening. "We're no greenhorns," says Bobo. "But how much?" "A few quail back home," says Cal. "And possum," says Bobo. "Don't worry about us. We won't get buck fever. Just find us some of these here big game animals if you can." "Hey, Chief," Bobo says, changing the subject, "how come you never say the name of your tribe the same 2 times in a row? And I never heard of a tribe with a name like yours, and I got a map from the Tourist Bureau showing where all the Indian tribes live." "Onagachis are a kind of like the Cree," I say. Everybody look over at Frank for the answer. "The Great Spirits speak with many tongues. Pass the beans," says Frank. Okay, that's where I'll take a quick break. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. I just kept getting distracted. We've got too many pages for me to read within 4 minutes. It's not going to happen, and it's better to take the break now with warning. So I'll give you the warning. Here it is, 30 seconds, and then we pick back up. Okay, here you go. For those of you that can hear me, I'm just gonna rearrange myself. I'm not shrimping, but going away. Yeah, it's a long stream today. I'm making up for the stream I missed because I meant to be streaming earlier, but it didn't get to happen. So, and it was a very last second change, so I feel bad. So I'm gonna do. How long is left? It's not based on time. I'm gonna finish this story, and then it'll be that. That's what it is, Adon. Oh wait, you might not have heard me. Did you hear me, Adon, or did you hear the ad? Okay, you heard that. You heard me. Okay. All right, here we go. Here we go. Picking back up from the story. Here we are. Hey, say Cal in a loud whisper. I see something. It is next morning, and we got the hunters glassing the mountain again. Bobo was busy getting his glasses on the same line as Cal's. Frank put his hand over his eyes to use a visor and pretend he sees what they see. Moose, deer, goats, they is saying. Moose, deer, goats, they is saying. I borrow Cal's glasses and take a look where he is pointing. Sure enough, across a small valley and up about 50 feet, there are maybe a half dozen elk moving in and out among the trees. So it's not moose, deer, or goats, it's elk, but close. We try to move fast and quiet down the hill, across the meadow and back up into the timber. When we get to a spot I figure is close to them, elk, but still over a hill from them, I have everyone stop. When we stand silent, we can hear from over the hill the sound of twigs cracking. Cal and Bobo get their guns all ready to fire. They start to creep forward, but I signal them to stay put. Vern Gautier has loaned me an elk bugle. This was made by a real Indian, he say to me, carved from a moose bone. It is about 4 inches long, shiny smooth, and got little holes drilled in it. You blow on it like it was a mouth organ, Vern said, and he showed me quite a few times how to make the right kind of call on it. I take a deep breath and blow into that elk bugle just the way Vern showed me. The sound come out in 3 loud whistles, and then a lower note that hang in the air for a while. About 10 seconds after that note die away, there is a terrific crashing from over the hill, and when we look up, a big bull elk stand at the crest of the hill, staring down at us. So now we've got somebody way too close, but here we go. What happened then make me feel like I'm standing in a park full of statues. I bet all 4 of us stare at the elk, and the elk stare back for maybe 5 seconds. Frank is froze in a position with his arms raised under his blanket, make him look like an orange bat doing a ceremony of some kind. Finally, there was a bunch of shots, but I can see right away that instead of shoot the elk, Bobo has emptied his gun straight into the ground in front of his feet. The elk whirl and is gone while the shots still echoing. Cal still stares straight ahead, his gun cradled in his arm as if it was a piece of wood. I don't have a gun, but I was at least thinking about shooting that elk. Hey, Frank, I say, pulling on one of his arms. Don't speak to your chief by his slave name, he says. I am Fence Post, chief of the Onagachis. I think you're beginning to believe that stuff. What's to believe? One inherits the blood of a chief. Okay, well, anyway. Bobo and Cal, standing with their heads bowed, look like they've been attending a funeral. They got shy. Yeah. Far off, I can hear the elk crashing through the timber. We don't see no game for the rest of the day, and that night we camp out. Cal and Bobo have more equipment than they ever gonna need, but they believe Frank when he tell them us Indians live off the land. White men don't seem to understand that Indians get as cold as wet and need as much sleep as they do. When we see they ain't about to share their bedrolls, why, Frank he start in to tell stories. The stories all be about hunters who got chased and ate by bears while they camping out in the dark in the mountains. Lost 2 hunters just over a month ago, he say real serious. Very sad. I offered to drive the bears away for a mere $100 each, but they did not believe in the powers of Fence Post, chief of the Onagachis. Back to the wrong thing again. What y'all do to keep bears away, says Cal. Some roots and leaves, when boiled a certain way, are most unpleasant to bears. I boil up medicine, pour it in a circle around the camp. Bears never cross over that line. Cal and Bobo ain't quick to part with more money, so Frank tell another story about finding parts of hunters scattered over a half-mile area. Just like a plane crash, he say, and look real sad. But if you short of cash for only $50, I put the evil eye on the bears, says Frank. Then he stand up, fold his arms across his chest, and turn slowly around, staring mean at the forest. Does that really work? Asks Bobo. Do you see any bears? Answers Frank. The later the time and the lower the fire, the more nervous Cal and Bobo get. Every time a mouse move in the underbrush, they jump about 2 feet. 2 feet each. Finally, they get together and offer Frank $100 total to make up his medicine. Vern Gautier is right. One day Frank going to be the prime minister if he lives long enough. And that is the most important part, if he lives long enough. Our class at the tech school voted Frank the student most likely to get murdered. Yeah. Frank, he go away from the light of the campfire, pick some roots and leaves. I imagine he get the first ones he come to because Frank, he is afraid of bears as anybody. Bears is something real guides have to worry about all the time, but the answer is to pick a high campsite and keep a rifle close by. Also making lots of noise all the time, which would scare away all the other animals, so it's not a great idea. Frank boil up that stuff in a kettle, and then he disappear again into the forest. We is camped on a high knoll with a sharp drop on one side, so all Frank have to do is pour his medicine in a semicircle around the camp. Boy, we all jumps on when we hear Frank scream. It scare me too because I know it is a real scream, and not Frank trying to earn his money. Right after the scream sounds like 2 buffalo wrestling in the timber, and Frank charged through the camp yelling, "Bears! Bears!" and dive over the edge of the embankment. Then we hear the blackberry vines crackle, and Frank yells some more. Cal and Bobo was already in their sleeping bags with only their heads sticking out of their pup tent. First, they stand halfway up in their sleeping bags. Then they fall down, take the tent with them. Together they manage to drag the whole mess over the side of the mountain, all the time yelling like they was being tortured. I mean, they're falling down the mountain a little bit, but okay. The first thing I done was grab Bobo's rifle. I'm scared of bears too, but if there was a bear chasing Frank, it should have been right on his tail. I slide over the edge of the cliff, brace my feet on a rock, and the rifle on my shoulder. I figure if a bear is coming, I get off 3 quick shots, and then I throw myself backwards into whatever is down there. I can hear Frank and Cal and Bobo crashing and cursing and yelling somewhere in the dark below me. Oh, it's not the same thing. It's not the nighttime story or the movie one. It's the, this is a short story in a book by W.P. Kinsella. It's a hunting story we're reading. Okay. Hear them crash below him. I wait for a long time, and when there still ain't no sign of a bear, I stand up and walk careful across the camp toward the place Frank come from. The trees make long shadows everywhere, and it sure is scary. About 25 feet into the forest, I see a broken pine branch hanging down, and in the shadows, it looked just like a bear's arm. I bet Frank walked under it, and it scratched the back of his neck. I fire 3 shots in the air and scuff up some deadfall around. I tell them I scared the bear away, maybe even wounded it. I don't think Cal and Bobo would want to know the truth, that there was never a bear at all. But anyway, we still got a bit left, but thank you very much for the follow, Bloods Oda. Welcome, welcome. Thank you for joining. I'm going to keep reading. I'm Raven, Dear Woman, long story, focusing on this one though right now. Okay, here we go. In the morning, everybody but me is stiff and sore and scratched up pretty good, yeah. Frank is limping like he been kicked by a horse. He don't seem to mind if I call him Frank, and he ain't called me standing and running water up to his neck yet today. Cal and Bobo, and even Frank, who really thought there was a bear after him, are nice to me for being brave and scaring off the bear. We left the safari truck way at the bottom of a long slope. When I get down there, with an armload of equipment, I feelin' so happy I figure it'd be easy to drive the truck right up to the top where the campsite is. It'd sure be easier than carrying all the stuff down, especially since I is the only one healthy enough to carry equipment this morning. In daylight, the trees look a lot further apart than they did at dusk. The truck is facing down the mountain, and since there ain't no place to turn around, I decide to back it up to the camp. There's about 3 reverse gears in the truck, and I put it in what I figure to be the lowest, and the truck creep backwards across the pine needle floor of the forest. It'd crawl along just like one of these here battery-powered toys I buy for my brothers, Hiram, Joseph, and Thomas. I smiling pretty good when I get to the top. Everybody is sure happy to not have to carry the gear down the mountain, especially me. I hop out, and am just about to start loading stuff when I realize something ain't right. There must have been one more reverse gear than I figured because the truck is still creeping backward and is awful close to the edge. Cal and Bobo even got buck fever when it come to the truck. They just stand and watch, their eyes getting bigger and bigger. They can't even find their voices to yell. As I turn toward the truck, I get one quick view all the way down to the valley where a river roars along, full of black rocks and white water. I figure that even if it kills me, I better stick with the truck. I take a run and dive at the open driver's window, but I only about halfway in when the truck go over the first ledge. We drop maybe 10 feet and land in the blackberry vines. The vines bend way down and the truck settles soft as a feather. I'm almost all inside when I feel them years and years worth of vines spring back up. So now it's gonna bounce up into the air. We just keep rising like we was on a forklift until the truck hurtle off into space, and I figure I'm a goner for sure. But the second ledge is only down 20 feet or so, and is grassy and sunny, and what surprised me most, full of elk. It must only take a second or so for us to fall, but it seemed like a full minute until the truck landed, kind of sideways and right on an elk, what was trying to get away. That truck squashed the elk like it was a rabbit on the highway, rolled sideways and bounced down the rough rock hill to the river. I feel like the time Frank Fencepost rolled me down a long hill inside an oil barrel. I shake my head and find myself sitting on the white gravel near the edge of the water. As I watch that safari truck grind out into the river, I follow for a few steps, but the water is too cold for me to go in over my boots, so somehow he's ended up out of the truck. Pretty soon the current catch up with the truck, lifts its wheels off the gravel, swing it sideways, and off it go down the river. I can hear Cal and Bobo and Fencepost, chief of the Onagashis, not really a chief, those of you just joining, crashing through the timber on the side of the hill. I hope Cal and Bobo ain't gonna be too mad. I mean, after all, I have killed them an elk, and that was what they came for. The end. So, that chaos, thanks to Frank Fencepost playing chief and thinking there was a bear and all that chaos. But Silas really did kill them an elk. If everybody else is gonna get buck fever and stand stone still like statues, at least he finished it off. But there you go, that's me wrapping up this stream. We have been here a good bit longer than normal. Thank you everybody that was here. And with that, I'll say goodnight to everyone. I hope you guys enjoyed the stories. What did y'all think? I love Frank Fencepost. He's a hell of a time. He's a goofy dude. If today was a fish, I'd throw it back. Gotta love him. Dancing rats, dancing rats. Thanks, Lohan. Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna pull up and see what suggestions Fett had. He said he'd leave suggestions in the Discord. Oh, there we go. Okay. Aha, okay. I found them. Yes. Alright.
Well, I've got my suggestions, and now I'm gonna just drop in. Here's our raid messages. So here's raid 1. If you have the emotes, oh my gosh, stop moving, chat. Aw, thank you, Devod. Yes, everybody have a nice rest. Sleep well. Whew. If you have the emotes, that's your message for the raid. And here's raid 2 if you don't have the emotes so that you can use them. But here we go. I'm gonna prep. Thank you, everybody. I need to hitting all the buttons. I'm doing it all myself. Usually I have a little bit of help. Nearly 4 a.m., but you enjoyed the lurk. Yes, thank you. When you read stories to us, well, that is usually what I do. But it's looking like tomorrow I'll be doing not stories. I don't know what I'll do. We'll have some fun. But yeah. Thank you, everyone. I hope you can join me in the next streams. I'll be streaming tomorrow, and then if I'm not on tomorrow, we are also back up. There we are. There you are. We'll be back up on Sunday next week. I usually stop at Tuesdays and such. So yes, that is the plan. Okay. Haha. We're going to be raiding into Nightly VT. Gia's here, so we're going to prep that. Let's prep the raid. Everybody sleep well. I wish you good sleeps, good dreams, no interruptions, just a good time. I hope you sleeps well. Okay. Origami? Ooh, it could be origami, but it might not. Anyway, okay, here we go. Rated. Do. Oh, look at that little skunk tail.